the whole day. But yeah, anyway, let's play Barachi Brigand. I think that's gonna be good. Barachi Brigand. Mm. Should I train long blades from the very beginning? Probably not. I'm gonna train short blades to 6. Mm. Stop that. Um, yeah, abstain from doing that. You can resist. I believe in you. Oh, this is bad. Probably gonna die here. That looks like a bit too many monsters for a D1 character. Um, but surprisingly, that went well. Wow, this guy really doesn't get that many stats. I only have 13 dexterity. Was expecting to have slightly more than that. D1 Curare, that's nice. 3 Curare darts, now I have 6. So chances are pretty good that if I don't die to this Quokka, I'm gonna be able to use my Curare quite liberally in the future levels. Repositioning with Barachi was always painful, and in the age of attacks of opportunity, I guess it's pretty much the same. Mm. At least I didn't really notice taking a lot of damage there from those guys, so it went very well. Oh, I got shafted. At least it was only um, one floor, so yeah, this is interesting. Mm. So yeah, I don't know if I sent you the screenshot, Poncho, but I've been playing with the deck that I showed you the other day on Dueling Nexus, which is a simulator for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I already got master level in the simulator, which is top 5% out of all the people that play in that simulator, which is pretty good. I've been playing against a lot of like meta game decks. So, and I've been having like a pretty easy time beating most of them. There's some that I struggle with, but the main ones are absolutely dumpstered by my list. So I feel like really good when it comes to that list. I feel like it's a real deck. Um, yeah, that one, that one. Okay. What do you have? Spear. That's nice because Gnolls don't have pole arms or like halberd, sorry, on D1 anymore. I have Kirare, so that guy just dies. Kirare is just so strong. I lost a dart, but it doesn't even matter because I found 3 on the floor. So I'm overall +2 on darts. Yeah, like, I'm gonna go there probably since early in the morning, or at least I'm gonna try to go there since early in the morning. So if you just want to go there, or if you want to get there, it's up to you. Whatever you decide to do after your early activities. Yeah, we shall see how it goes. That's and again Ring of Intelligence. What's up with the Rings of Intelligence? Like last game, I also had a ton of Rings of Intelligence. Ring mail. I actually want to use this ring mail. I think it is a pretty nice thing to have. Little bit of extra protection for my melee character. I don't know what god I'm gonna go for, but I don't want to go Fated Altar. I already won my Fated Altar run. Fortunately, it only took me 1 attempt. The god that I got was Trog, and it wasn't particularly difficult to beat that. So yeah, I like that quite a bit. Really looking forward to finding a sword, like a real one. That's a hand axe of flaming, so unfortunately doesn't qualify. At the very least, I would like to find a dagger of electrocution. Trismegistus Codex. I don't wanna cast spells. Ring of Evasion is a nice thing to have, but yeah. I think that it actually is like not a terrible idea to cast the spells. Because I did find a Ring of Intelligence and now a pretty strong book. All that I really need to get to complete, kit of early game items that would seriously incentivize me to do that is Poisonous Vapors or Toxic Radiance. I would prefer Poisonous Vapors. But yeah, Barachi has extra line of sight, so anything that allows me to attack the entirety of my line of sight is a pretty good thing to have. And both Poisonous Vapors and Refrigeration fulfill that role. Oh, you have a Scale Mail. No wonder I'm not killing you. In that case, I'm gonna jump away. I wonder if I can make it to the stairs. Probably not. Yeah, okay. The guy with the Scale Mail reached me, but I have Curare, so I can just throw Curare at it. There we go. Didn't even lose a dart. It's pretty nice. Okay, for the Scorpion, we have Poison Darts. Scorpions are weak to poison, so that works pretty well. I guess I'm going to go to 12 fighting. I don't particularly feel like training any more short blades, since I know that I will abandon them sooner rather than later. The moment that I find a good sword is the moment that I won't be training any more short blades. Barachi Brigand is interesting, since the extra line of sight very directly counteracts the stealth that you start the game with. More tiles for monsters to see you means less likely to staff monsters. And that's why I'm not particularly concerned with that. This is just gonna be a Swords Dexterity character. Doesn't really care about stabs. Okay. The spellbook bursts into flames. That spellbook is pretty funny because that vault is assigned in, like, in order to get that spellbook, you need to have a port, and the book only has a port. Like, so it is completely pointless even if you happen to be able to get it, which I find pretty funny. No, why would you want to buy that? I don't know. I don't like collectibles that much. I prefer to have things that I can play with. Oh wow, this is extremely bad. I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, I found blinking. Okay, in that case I might survive. Still a pretty rough situation, yeah. I was running away from the nose, and then I saw the priest, and then I was like, okay, that might kill me. And then I saw the other priest, and I was like, okay, that's almost guaranteed to kill me. Barachi cannot run away. They are slower than everything, so it can be pretty rough. Hopefully it won't smite me to death. Okay, that's one smite. But I was able to make it to the next level, which immediately surrounds me with a bunch of really bad stuff. I need teleport right now in order to survive this, which we do end up finding. It's a rather common thing to have, so I was not particularly lucky by having it. I was only lucky in the sense that I found it so quickly. But I just like to read whatever I have the most of when it comes to unidentified scrolls, and since it's so common, you usually have quite a stack by this point in the game. Not a fan of this. Oh, that's extremely bad. Definitely was not expecting to take so much damage there. Okay. I have 4 heal wounds, so I think I'm fine. Should I drink one right now? I think I'm gonna do it just for safety. For safety reasons. Would rather be safe than just die. The jelly is extremely bad. I cannot run away from it, and it deals ridiculously large amounts of retaliatory damage, so I think it might kill me. A potion of 3, maybe? Okay, that actually worked out quite well, surprisingly. I feel like I used a bit too many resources surviving that. But at least we are still playing the game. I would like to go back to D4, because I escaped from D4 into this level. Haven't completed D4. Phantom. That's gonna be painful. Killing this Phantom is gonna take me a while. At least he doesn't have regen, but yeah. I don't deal that much damage. It also doesn't seem to deal that much damage. I cannot believe that I actually got everything that I wanted. I got Poisonous Vapors and the Ignite Poison, so we have to do it. I'm gonna be getting some... No, I don't think I'm gonna be getting a lot of level ups on Intelligence, but I will start training for that. Actually, I'm gonna need like 7. 7 Poison Magic, 7 Fire Magic, 7 Transmutations, 5 Air Magic, and I'm actually gonna need 8 Spellcasting. I just like to start with 4 from the very beginning. So yeah, this is gonna be like a big deal for my character. That's a really boss-death combo of spells and books to find overall. Okay. Let's go back to that Ring of Intelligence. Let's put it on. And it's gonna turn my character into a pretty powerful character. So far, we have not gotten anything that would lead me towards the path of being like a Swords Dexterity character. It's more like we've been getting some really, really strong stuff to be a spellcaster. I wouldn't like rule out Che for the purposes of spellcasting, but I definitely want to find a book with lesser beckoning if I want to go Che. I definitely cannot do these yet, but I will definitely 100% be casting that. Oh, yeah, these were the things that I ran away from. I remember now. I cannot kill them. I definitely can't. Need to fight them 1 versus 1. Fighting more than one at the same time is potentially deadly. Also, I still don't know what god I want to go, but as I mentioned earlier, I'm thinking about going Che. Okay, I am going to use Curare here. It misses, I get smitten. Yep, pretty rough. Doesn't miss this time. I should hopefully get rid of the priest real quick, but I'm gonna play it safe and just like use a potion of 3. There we go. Kind of expensive to survive these things, but I get a decent upgrade out of these. I lose 1 armor class, but I very much prefer the willpower than losing 1 armor class. Like, it's not as impactful, 1 point of armor class compared to willpower. So yeah. The spell set that I have gotten is very cheap to get, and it is quite powerful, so I'm very excited for it. I will put this on instead of the Ring of Evasion. Yeah, 911 seems like a pretty good defensive stat line. I don't want to fight those guys. Those guys probably kill me rather easily. Yeah, I guess if I can fight them 1 versus 1, it's fine. But I really, really don't want to fight more than one of them at the same time. This one, yeah, it's gonna have a bunch of guys running behind it, which are swift. So we don't want to fight multiples at the same time. We need to play this like as careful as possible. The species is very weak when it comes to disengaging and running away from things. It's like one of the greatest weaknesses of the species as a whole. What is this guy wielding? Whip of Flaming. Okay. Yeah, in this situation I'm fine fighting because like I was on the stairs, so I knew that I just had to go upstairs to disengage. Bring with me one of these guys. I hope that I can. No, I was hoping to poison the Null Boda before. Yeah, I was hoping for it to die before I return to the level, but since monsters do not die when you're not in the level, it just heals to full HP instead, which is pretty lame. Lost some Curare darts, I don't know where they are. definitely need to be very careful with these guys. Yep. At least I'm able to kill mostly everything that I've been facing off against. Okay, time to turn that off. I guess I should start training poison magic. Let's train for poisonous vapors. Poisonous vapors is so strong. It is like these darts, but better because it doesn't miss, and it can deal more poison than these darts too. It is not better than the Curare darts, however. Curare is just like really, really strong. Okay. 21% chance to miscast poisonous vapors. I have 4 Curare darts, which is nice. Oh, hold on. This guy is wielding a dagger of speed. Rather minor upgrade, but but an upgrade nonetheless. We are going to be taking that because why wouldn't we? EG with a wand of poly. I think I'm just gonna leave EGIF alone. I don't have to engage against EGIF. I don't get anything out of doing that. Okay, that actually hurt quite a bit. Altar of Dithmenos. As I mentioned, I kind of want Che, yeah, like it's getting very, very likely that I will go Che. I lost another Curare dart, so now I am at the same amount of Curare that I started the game with. It is rather lame, but it was fine. It helped me survive this far. It just means that from now on I should probably be a bit more careful when it comes to my usage of Curare. What do you have? Glove and halberd. Okay. The one with the halberd is actually super nasty. Those ones hit very, very hard, so I'd rather not fight it. It's probably the one with the halberd, right? Yeah. It's fine if it's all the way over there because I can shoot some poison darts at it. I can throw them, and that softens it up a bit. I can kill it easily after that. Centaur. I can kill it. Yeah, just wait for it to be next to you. One of the most basic tactics in combat that you need to learn when you're a new crawl player. Hide behind the corner, shout, and then hide behind the corner until the centaur gets to you. Okay, ice beasts have poison resistance, so it is not very surprising that I wasn't able to poison it quite heavily, despite the fact that I threw so many darts at it. But it is fine. Sorry. We're still waiting for a better sword. I also want a book with Lesser Beckoning. Lesser Beckoning is like a crucial part of the Cheibriados experience. And I really do want to go Cheibriados. I have other alternatives already, but I want to go Cheibriados because like it's looking pretty good for my character. Yep. As I mentioned earlier, jellies have some insane retaliatory damage. I lost half of my HP there fighting that jelly because the jelly was just like dealing way too much damage. My current loadout would be okay if I found a Ring of Slaying. Like, with a Ring of Slaying, this Dagger of Speed would be brutal. Regardless, it is fine for now, but I am probably gonna be looking forward to getting an upgrade soon. It's gonna start to fall back quite a bit in the following levels. Okay, I am going, now that I have Poisonous Vapors going, I need to get Ignite Poison. So I'm gonna be training for those, and yeah, I can put Poisonous Vapors on the quiver now instead of the darts. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, the power of Poisonous Vapors is like hard to overstate. It actually is quite an insane spell. 34% chance to pain, 20% chance to paralyze. See, the thing about Grinder is that Grinder is immune to poison, so I do not care about trying to kill Grinder. I do care about these. Oof, that's good. I kind of want to buy these. The scimitar is also really nice, but and it's very cheap as well. But I think that I will grab the dagger of electrocution. It feels like a rather reasonable upgrade from my dagger of speed. The brand is just way better. If I was not actively training for something else, I think this would be a good time to go back to short blades to get min delay. Um, since I have access to a rather decent a sword already, I could just go for. Um, I could just go for it at any time. Okay, there's a Che altar there. Yeah. Do I want to go for it? Yes, I do. I do want to go for it. Should I go for it? For the purpose of streaking, probably not, but I'm still gonna go for it. Um, yeah. Let's see. Whatever it is, it is. We should be able to do this just fine. Like, Poisonous Vapors is really, really strong. It's just that I cannot run away anymore. That's a big part of going Cheibriados. You straight up forfeit the ability to run away. So generally you don't want to go Cheibriados unless you want to, or unless you can actually back it up. Gonna go for Dexterity here. I want a lot of Dexterity. Man, this is a pretty powerful character. Like, for the very early stages of the game, this is kind of brutal. The Cheibriados gives you more stats the more piety you have. By the end of like the boosts to your character, you get plus 15 in both in all three of strength, intelligence, and dexterity, which is insane. Right now I only have one extra stat, but it's gonna be increasing. Yeah, that's pretty much all that Cheibriados does. Gives you 15 strength, intelligence, and dexterity, in addition to making you really, really slow and giving you some other abilities that are okay, but are not as oh, that's great. That's a pretty good piece of armor to have right now. Yeah, it gives you some abilities that are like more a requirement to be a functional character as a worshipper of Cheibriados than things that you actually would like to use, like benefits, or incentives for going Cheibriados, or at least that's how I look at them. Cheibriados abilities. Goodbye the one. Dubas is gonna Cirque, which is bad. I can definitely kill her, and I can kill her quick too, but I just need to rest my mana. I'm gonna need to rest to full HP. I feel like maybe I should have killed Dubesa first, because Dubesa will just get to me almost immediately. She didn't die. She just has way too much HP because she's circling. Okay, there we go. Took me 2 casts of Ignite Poison. Oh, statue form. Oh, jeez. This is getting pretty interesting. I don't know if I really want to go statue form, but we could. Regardless of what I choose to do, we have some fantastic decision, or we have some fantastic things that we could use. Like, if I want to go for strength statue form, well, I already have statue form and I have the Cheibriados intelligence. And if I want to go for that plate, I already have the Cheibriados strength. Or I may not already have it, but I am guaranteed to get it unless I die. But I'm not gonna die. I don't think I'm gonna die. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, looking like a very real character. I like real characters that can play crawl instead of having to run away from literally everything. Like it feels is the case with Ice Elementalists in this version. Yeah, it's pretty rough out there for Ice Elementalists. Oh, this guy has a Vorpal Scimitar. I'm glad that I didn't buy the one that is in the shop because I can just grab the one that that guy has. On the other hand, I kinda do regret buying the dagger because I didn't really give it as much use as I thought I was going to. Um, but anyway, I wonder if by the time I get to or I wonder if by the time I actually want to start training for the sword, I will still want to use that sword. That was also another thing that made me hesitate when it came to buying um, that scimitar. Yeah, I think a mosquito stung me. Oh man, if it was only as easy in real life to kill mosquitoes as it is in game. Mm, In Crawl, it's very easy to notice when there's a mosquito on the screen, so you just attack it and it dies. But in real life, sometimes you don't even notice. Real life mosquitoes have way too much stealth, unless they decide to start floating in front of you, as they sometimes do, and then you just get them. Mm, but yeah, annoying mosquitoes. I hope that you have been having a good time with the tournament. Mm, Let me know if any of you have like interesting characters going or like streaks or so, or what banners are you gonna be going for? I think that I will try to go for Lord of Darkness 3 with a Swords Dexterity build. Um, Minotaur is not very good for the purposes of Swords Dexterity, so I won't be doing it with a Minotaur or a Hilorc. Maybe with a Spriggan. I feel like Spriggan could be okay for that since the fact that I am a Spriggan would lead me to having like unlimited um, free disengaging options, which is incredibly broken if you think about it, and I don't understand why it is in the game, especially considering how boring it is to do. But it is in the game, and so maybe it might not be a terrible idea to use it for Lord of Darkness 3 purposes. After all, Lord of Darkness 3 is like one of the most difficult things that you can do in the game. Mm. Mosquitoes are just the stabbers who put all their points in stealth and short blades. Yeah, like mosquitoes are like Spriggans in Crawl. They just like explode out of nowhere. They can be at full HP and they will be dead in the blink of an eye. So very reminiscent of Spriggans in Crawl, indeed. We are probably gonna re-identify a lot of these things. We have yeah, we have already found blinking, so I don't need to preserve my scrolls. I can just read them. Wow, I got a staff. I haven't really been training stealth, so that was slightly surprising to me. I'm also not particularly invested in wearing light armor, but I'm still doing it regardless, just because it's willpower. And that's a very valuable property to have at this early stage of the game, or at all stages of the game, for that matter. So yeah, whatever reduces the chances that I am going to absolutely destroy or whatever reduces the chances that I am going to get absolutely destroyed by hexes is good to me. Good in my opinion. Okay, I have a rather rough time dealing with that as a dragon. I definitely could kill it, but I would probably be playing with fire if like any one other monster comes towards me when I'm fighting that guy. Bad things could happen. So yeah, might as well not engage with it. Back to training poison magic we go. Gonna train that to 8, maybe 9 poison magic. Um, yeah, right now I have it at 7. I'm probably gonna go slightly higher than that once I find Toxic Radiance. I also got Corpse Rot, which is Necromancy Poisoner. level 4. I have never used it, but I think this might be a decent character for using that spell, since after all it is kind of a melee character. I think the way that it works is that when you kill things, it gives you a Ring of Miasma and Miasma immunity for the duration of it, so it is not super annoying to use. But I have not tried it, so I need to try it to, see for myself. Throw letter armor. That's interesting. Do I value the willpower more than regen? I actually don't know for real which one would be best. I do know, however, that this Hornet is bad. Yeah, this Hornet might kill me unless I use a potion of 3. It could paralyze me and half my HP next turn. Hornets are super scary in this game. They're ridiculous. Well, this Hornet is heavily wounded and very poisoned. Poison just like deletes these guys. The thing is that these guys also delete me. Yep, okay, it paralyzed me for 1 turn, so could have been way worse. Let's try again. I missed twice. It's still poisoned. Okay, and yep, it's just destroying me. I'm gonna use a potion of heal wounds. I have 1 potion of 3, but I think heal wounds is a less valuable item than potion of 3, because potion of 3 is pretty great, and heal wounds is not that great. Like healing 20 HP right now is significant, but later on it's definitely not going to be. 8 spell casting, and after that we are free to train whatever we want, which is probably going to be a bit of necromancy for the purposes of casting Corpse Rot, since I am kind of excited for it. The Miasma Clouds should be good against Hydras and stuff, so I am interested in seeing how that one spell functions, since I haven't used it. I need more mana as well. Getting more mana would be quite nice. Let me jump away from these guys. Lost a bit of HP to attacks of opportunity. Yeah, this is not going well. Heal wounds, because I have that. I should probably curare one of these jacks. Of course it misses the first one. It's been a festival of missing the first one throughout the entirety of today's character. Oh, oh yeah, like why am I walking? Like we have already gotten to the point where walking is not a thing that I can do anymore. And I just like hadn't like realized. So yeah, walking will get me killed. From now on, we cannot really walk away from anything. Wow, it missed again. What's up with the misses too? Pretty unfortunate. Okay. I wonder if I can kill it. Okay, I did manage to kill it. That's lucky. I'm gonna put on the troll letter because I think that regen would be nice. Wings Bookshop. What is this? Clyde. I'm not going to go for that. Though I could, and it would be decent if I did. It's just that I don't like Chain Lightning as much as I like other level 9s. Irradiate is nerfed in this version. Still probably useful, but I am not 100% sure that I want to go for such a thing. Being a Cheibriados worshipper, I am probably going to be... I'm probably gonna be like a hybrid character, since after all, Cheibriados gives you the stats to do exactly that. If you wanna be a hybrid character, Cheibriados is like your goth. We found acquirement. Let's see what we got. We got a fantastic quick plate. I guess like it's really good. I think that it's good enough that I cannot really like justify not grabbing it. On the other hand, the 9 intelligence ring. But, wow, this is a pre-busted acquirement. This is a great acquirement. I'm surprised by the high quality of this acquirement. Yeah, like even the money is like a good amount of it, but I think we have to grab the quick blade. Like the quick blade just has so like we want 2 pips of fire resistance. 3 pips of resistance to negative are going to be nice later in the game, and Like, do we care about the night intelligence? Probably, but not as much as we care about having like a great weapon. And we have a great weapon right now, so I'm just gonna grab this. Yeah, okay. So we go from +2 dagger of electrocution to +8 quick blade of vamp. This is gonna be a great thing to have. Amazing. And all my future level ups will go towards dexterity, most likely. It would be nice to have toxic radiance, as I've been mentioning. High rolls on the acquirement. Yeah, it's crazy. It is very, very strange to have more than one decidable thing in an acquirement, and I have three. These guys wearing plate are awful. Yeah, this is looking like a great character so far. Looking really, really good. I can probably tab everyone down, and I do end up doing that. We just found an Arbalest, so we could grab and use that Arbalest and just win the game. Because in this version, range weapons are also extremely powerful. But I'm not sure. At the very least, I should get 8 short blades. Gonna be doing that after my 8 spellcasting. Leveling up spellcasting so I can have a bit of extra mana. Leveling up spellcasting gives you mana. What do you have, Maggie? Oh, she has poison resistance, so I won't be able to kill her. I think I can probably tap her down, actually. Depends on her weapon. What are my options? I mean, I can just tap her. Is that gonna be enough to beat her? I am not 100% sure, and by extension, I probably shouldn't do it. I think that's the entrance to the Bailey, by the way, where I am right now, because that looks like a castle, and goblins and orcs are, yeah, Bailey monsters, or Bailey guarding monsters. Let's see what we got here. Since we have poisonous vapors, this shouldn't really be difficult at all. I think this is the one that ends in like a bolt guard. Bolt guards are rather scary at this point, but hopefully we are gonna be able to do it. I need to be wary of monsters that are using heavy armor. Monsters that are using heavy armor are scary. Anything wearing anything heavier than leather armor. It's gonna be difficult for me to kill with the quick blade because after all, despite the fact that it is a relatively high quality weapon, it is still a rather early game weapon. Lots of frogs and lots of dangerous dudes. This is not looking good at all. Also, there's an invisible dude next to me, and I don't know how to deal with it. I'm gonna drink a potion of tree. Okay, we killed the invisible dude. Time to go back to... No, let's go back to short blades first. Yeah, okay. Sometimes I get some pretty good rolls with Vamp and I just heal up like crazy. Not bad. Not bad at all. Back to full HP. And there's a Bolt Guard that I mentioned earlier. Fortunately, it doesn't have poison resistance, and I have water right here to aid myself in making a getaway. Also, I should probably Kirari this guy. Yep, extremely poison slow. Of course, I knew that was not gonna kill, but that will kill. I lost the Kirari Dart, and I think there's more than one Bolt Guard. But fortunately, my gear right now lets me kill Bolt Guards really, really easily. As long as they're not next to me, we should be completely fine. I cannot walk away from anything, so keep that in mind. If monsters are next to me, I have to use a scroll blinking or something, or just eat the hit, because otherwise I just cannot deal with them. I'm gonna pick up this broad axe because it is a rather unusual item to have. What's up with the loot here? Nothing particularly interesting, I guess, other than the broad axe. gonna drop it on the floor. I was thinking if I wanted to drop the robe or the plate, but I don't think I want to. I do want to drop the leather armor. I like juggling armor like that. Um, at least for dealing with specific enemies. For dealing with like a volcano or something, I am okay with juggling armor, but not for like, oh, I saw a wizard and I don't have willpower. Let me retreat and put on my willpower to fight the wizard. I don't like doing that. Do I have a net? No nets. Oh, I do have one net. Okay. I can probably use it for Maggie. You kill Maggie. I got my net and I still have swamp skills, which I am going to pick up. Those will result in hefty increase in armor class at a certain point. For right now, I don't particularly care. I wonder if this is like intentional. No, it was just an exploration trap, but it would be funny if the room with a bunch of money had a secret alarm trap. I would find that to be quite funny. Fortunately, most of these guys are really weak. Yeah, I don't even particularly care about using mana for these guys. I'd rather save it in case a more heavily armored monster appears. Once again, Cheibriados Worshipper, moving is going to get me killed. Wow, Ever-Burning Encyclopedia is bad. If it has Conjure Flame and Sticky Flame, it's a bad book. Can I search for books? Item. It has Conjure Flame, Ignite Poison, and Sticky Flame. Okay, Ignite Poison carries that book. For practical purposes, that's the book of Ignite Poison. I shall remember it from now onwards as the book of Ignite Poison, because the other two spells in there suck. There was a time way back in the day where Ignite Poison was not, or like not Ignite Poison, where Sticky Flame was not a bad spell, but those days are gone. They have been gone for quite a while. The introduction of attacks of opportunity ruined the whole concept of Sticky Flame. It used to be that people just cast the Sticky Flame and ran away from things until they died. Not particularly exciting, but powerful, alright. So remember, cannot move. Very, very important not to move. If I move, bad things will inevitably happen. Oh, the Hellwing got hasted by Chaos. It has way too much armor class and 45 HP, so this might be bad. This might be very, very dangerous. I am going to use a Potion of Might for dealing with this guy, because otherwise I don't see how I kill it. Potion of Might does greatly speed up the process of killing that guy. After all, it is very powerful item to have, or like a very powerful consumable with a quick blade. Okay, fortunately, I got a pretty bad jump, but I was able to kill the two-headed ogre that was next to me, regardless. The power of poison stuff. Tin of Tremorstones is great. Inoxinul. D11 Inoxinul is kinda nasty, yeah. Those guys have Iron Shot. 3 dice of 16. It's quite a bit of damage for this early in the game. But I was able to kill them all anyway. I think after that I should maybe train some armor, but I'm thinking about like invocations. I don't want that much invocations. I just want enough to be able to step from time, since it's Cheibriados' most powerful panic button. Oh, Amulet of Mana Regen, that's nice. Give me that. I am constantly running out of mana after all, so that's quite useful. Gargoyle, cannot kill that. Yeah. Ooh, Soul Eater, definitely cannot kill that. What's up with... I think I should probably leave this level. With the way that things are looking, I think the correct thing to do is to leave this level. Yeah, I already saw 2 extremely absurd monsters. So there was a couple of levels that I skipped earlier, as always. I think I skipped D6 at the very least. I was almost done with it. For practical purposes, I did complete it. The only thing that's there is Grinder. I should go kill Grinder, however, because otherwise I'm gonna forget about doing that, and I need to kill Grinder for the purposes of progressing in the tournament. Mm, I think that I don't have much to fear with my great defenses now and HP. It mutagenic chunks? Mutagenic chunks do not exist anymore. I saw you eyeing the ugly things, but that bolt with the ugly things does drop a bunch of potions of mutation. In fact, it drops enough that it is not unreasonable to drink one or two and try to get something good. And that's just because it legit drops like a ton. So I might do that when I do feel like opening that bolt, but not yet because it would kill me. Lair is right here. I think it is always between the 8 and the 11. The Lair 1 Black Mamba is one of the scariest things that the game can generate, so do keep that in mind, especially as a Cheibriados worshipper. I got lucky that I was not detected by it, otherwise it would have 100% killed me. Mm. Anguish and Enfeeble, both spells that I don't like. Anguish has the unfortunate downsides of being a hex, and Enfeeble is just one of the most disappointing spells that I've ever tried. So yeah, I gave Hexes a try a while ago, and Hexes disappointed me quite severely. It is interesting to see that nothing has changed when it comes to hexes. Mm, I tried hexes once upon a time, many years ago when I was a new player, and I was like, wow, that was awful. I didn't win because of the hexes. I won because of Nemelex, and then I like kinda left hexes by the sideline for many years until I tried it again with a cat, and it was awful. Yeah, it was one of the worst runs that I've had ever. You can watch it on YouTube if you want to. Anyway, 12 armor. Mm, I do want that eventually, but I also want invocations. I'm gonna get 12 invocations first because I want to have step from time as soon as possible. It's not something that I'm going to be spamming, of course, because it really is not something that you spam, but it is going to be something that I will definitely regret if I don't have access to when I need it. It's always like that. Anyway, we have this little choke point right here, so that's going to be extremely useful for the purpose of surviving the mark that just got inflicted on me. Um, Very nasty monsters we're seeing. Cane toads, Komodo dragons. We saw Black Mamba in Lair 1. Black Mamba in Lair 1 is one of the most unfair things that the game can throw at you, especially if the monster is like close to the entrance of Lair. Because like you really have very little counterplay against it sometimes. Um, Talking about counterplay, this would be it. Yeah, I can use this little pool of water to disengage from the Black Mamba if I really need to. After jumping as a Barachi, you should try to rest off so you can jump again every time. If you don't do it, you're gonna need to jump, and then you're not gonna be able to in like a completely unrelated situation long after you jumped originally, and that's gonna get you killed. So try not to do it, or try to rest. Try not to not rest, I guess is what I'm saying. Um, the Hydra is annoying, not particularly deadly, but annoying. It's only six-headed. Should I mean, I wish I could kill it, but I can't. Um, I should maybe get Necromancy for the purposes of using Corpse Rot. I think Corpse Rot is gonna be okay for this character. I have three, so if the Hydra notices me, which it did, I'm gonna use Potion of 3. And now I have 30 armor class, so I don't think it's gonna be able to kill me. And there we go. Look at my stats, by the way. 27, 29, 26. Looking pretty good. Even with the -3 dexterity from my weapon, I still have 26 dexterity. So, as I mentioned, the stats that I have, thanks to Cheibriados, are perfectly well suited for doing exactly whatever I want. In that sense, Cheibriados gives you a lot of versatility. It kind of somewhat weirdly turns you into a null, but not quite. Nulls kind of also have the ability to use whatever they want, depending on whatever they find on the floor, right? Um, but nulls are just like that because of the way their aptitudes work. Um, Chevreo's characters are like that because of the way their stats work, since they just like get all the stats instead of all the skills. They can also use whatever they want, and they just like have control over their skills. Mm, but yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to open that vault later. I have to say that I'm not particularly happy with how rough Hydras have been so far. For every Hydra that I have seen, I have needed to use a consumable just because Hydras are very strong against poison. They're poison resistant, which means for practical purposes, poison immune. First Black Mamba that I'm gonna be fighting didn't go as bad as I thought it was gonna go. Let me tell you, I was anticipating that to be significantly worse, but I guess I do have min delay quick plate at the end of the day. That's a Maimon. Yeah, that's 100% a Maimon, so better rest off my mana before going in. And where's a Maimon? There you are. Let's see if I can get a staff. Which I do. I do get a staff, but it doesn't kill a Maimon. I am not particularly trained for the purposes of stabbing, so it is understandable that I wasn't able to one-shot a Maimon with a staff. I don't particularly care. Wow, okay. I am a Cheibriados worshipper and I find the Captain's Cutlass early enough that I would like to use it. That's unfortunate. Really, really, really unfortunate because I would have liked to use it. I think before going further into the lair, I want to go and do orc. Yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with all these black mambas and hydras without being able to properly handle them. Jorgrun. That's I'm gonna get petrified instantly. Yeah, we are not gonna be doing that for a while then. Okay. Back to lure we go then. Scroll butterflies. We didn't get scroll fogu. It's not an issue. I don't particularly mind not having scroll fogu. Scroll butterflies is a very powerful consumable as well. There's one person in Reddit that's like super mad about the introduction of scroll butterflies. But scroll butterflies is quite nice regardless. Jörgrun has a new tile. I didn't notice. After all, I play console, but I'm glad to see that you enjoy it. 24% chance to not be able to use a step from time. Gotta keep my eyes open for that. Because the moment that I can use a step from time is the moment that I will stop training invocations. I don't particularly care about getting high levels of invocations. Definitely not as a Barachi, since my aptitude for invocations is literally one of two bad aptitudes that they have. Well, one of two negative aptitudes. They have necromancy -1 and invocations -1. Everything else is either 0, +1, or +2, which is absolutely insane. These are some of the best aptitudes in the game in almost everything. It's not like Minotaurs where they have pretty good aptitudes for melee and pretty bad aptitudes for magic, or the other way around, deep elves. No, Barachi can just do whatever they want. And by extension, they're pretty well suited for being Cheibriados worshippers, since Cheibriados also enables them to do whatever they want through the stats. And I will be doing whatever I want with this character. I will be casting most likely level 5, level 6 spells in plate, or I will be using a statue form with like double sword or so, maybe even a triple sword or something like that. We shall see what I end up doing. It all depends on what the floor god decides to give me, but no matter what the floor god decides to give me, I will be able to use it thanks to the fact that I am a Barachi of Cheibriados. I hadn't really figured out that combo before choosing to go Barachi of Cheibriados today, but I think it's been going quite well. It definitely has my seal of approval. Barachi also has an escape option in the form of the jump. So like you can jump and then re-teleport instead of having to just sit there and tank everyone for a couple of turns while your teleport triggers, which is something that you can sometimes be in a position where it's just like completely unfeasible, regardless of your levels of HP or defenses. I think everyone has been in situations like that where you're just surrounded by crazy things and you either move away immediately or you die even if you're at full HP when the fight breaks out. Well, I say fight, but it's probably not really a fight if you feel like you have to run for your life. It's more an ambush in that regard. Okay. As you can see, the deadly sense of the lure that I cannot kill with poison, I can almost always kill with the quick blade, and vice versa. There's definitely quite a few monsters in here that I struggle with when it comes to either poison or the quick blade, most noticeably Hydras. But there's also very high profile monsters such as Catoble Pass or Komodo dragons that just get absolutely destroyed by poison. Yeah, Hydras are spooky for this character, since I don't have that much armor class and they're poison resistant. They're just way too strong. At least I am using a quick blade. Quick blades do not chop off Hydra heads, so that's like one less worry for my character. Should I put on this Amulet of Regen instead of Mana Regen? Does that matter? I am not going to put on the Amulet of Regen. I already have Regen anyway. This is the final level of the Lure. Lure only has 5 levels in the current version of the game. You know, a big thing about crawl is its duration. The more the game lasts, the more time you have to make a mistake and end up dying, and the more mistakes can accumulate and eventually grind you out of resources to save yourself with. In that degree, I think it would be okay if crawl was a bit shorter without particularly reducing the amount of consumables that you get and increasing the amount of experience that you get, less encounters. Once you are powerful enough to just like breeze through encounters, they can get pretty boring. And sometimes it is like that. Anyway, we hit 12 invocations. I think that the time has come to start training for armor so I can put on that plate. Let's see what this looks like. 7% chance to misuse a step from time. I think that step from time there's definitely a lot of value in training it so that it's at 1% chance to misuse or even 0% if 0% is feasible without like incredible investment in invocations. But I'm not gonna do it right now. I'll do it later, probably. Ooh, okay, that's nice. That's better than what I had before. It even has some nice stats for me. Better than this, definitely better than this. And if I can do, if I am gonna be carrying a body armor for resistances, I'd rather be carrying the plate. So yeah, it was a very nice time to decide to start training for body armor. Also, the game has been rewarding me quite heavily for going Cheibriados with some pretty strong items. That if I was like a spellcaster or a dexterity evasion dude, I wouldn't really be able to take advantage of. But thanks to the fact that I am a Cheibriados worshipper, I can just do whatever I want, literally whatever I want. So I can take advantage of everything. I prefer this much more than being a null, I have to say. Mm. Yeah, I'm not particularly a fan of null because I do like to tinker around with my aptitude screen quite a bit, or my skill screen, and nulls don't get to do that. Hell rats are super easy to kill for this character because they're not poison resistant. You can always see a sharp contrast between monsters that are poison resistant and monsters that are not when you're playing a character that is mainly killing things with poison magic. The difference is quite jarring indeed. For example, cane toads are super nasty, and they've always been super nasty, but they're pretty awful if you don't have or like, they're pretty awful if your main way of killing things is poisonous vapors, ignite poison, which is exactly what's happening to my character. Fight a bit too many of them at the same time, and you're at risk of dying, and you're forced to use consumables. I hope that it's not Frog Pond again. I feel like I always get Frog Pond. Didn't seem to be that one. I just got unlucky, and I got a bit too many frogs to fight against at the same time. I think I can even pump that to 15, actually. Yeah, I can probably pump armor all the way to 15 since... since I have a pretty good aptitude for it, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a teeny tiny bit there. Oh, I also have like a great armor already, plus 9 plate of poison resistance with strength and intelligence. Like, it is perfect for my character. I don't think that I would be replacing that anytime soon. Like, there's a chance that I would like to eventually have. That's pretty bad. But I have scroll butterflies. Yeah, scroll butterflies is super busted for monsters like the wizard. The wizard cannot really banish me through all of the butterflies, but I can attack the wizard. So in that particular situation, scroll of fog wouldn't have been bad. I would say that it would have been bad, but scroll butterflies was exactly the tool for the job. So I'm very glad that I did manage to get scroll butterflies this time around. Yeah, do not be disappointed if you don't get scroll of fogu. I mean, scroll fogu is obviously nice, but it is not a necessity. And there's also like a lot that you can do with scroll butterflies. So these guys are immune to poison, cannot really ignite poison them. So I'm just applying the poison to deal a bit of damage to them. Sun Demon is potentially the worst demon that I could find. I kind of want to teleport since I cannot jump away. Yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with that Sun Demon. The orange demons are super easy to kill, but the Sun Demon is not. It is immune to fire and immune to poison, and it hits really, really hard. I do have good fire resistance, so in that degree, at least, it's not as much as a concern as it would be otherwise. But it still hits for 30 physical damage. Like its attacks are really strong because it also hits me with fire damage. Let's inspect it real quick. 30 to deal up to 20 extra fire damage. Yeah, even though I have good fire resistance, it will still hit me for 30 physical while being fast. Probably not something that I want to deal with. Cannot really reposition because I wasn't able to jump away. So I just sat there and tanked everything. I should put on these boots. Yeah. Okay, you finished putting on the boots. Now I have 16 armor class. The armor class stat is going up quite highly. which is nice. By the way, I don't think I'm going to be going for. I don't think I'm going to be going for necromancy, which I did mention earlier, corpse rot, but I am not going to. I feel like I already have like my fingers in too many pots when it comes to this character. I do have fantastic aptitudes, but they're not null levels of aptitudes for me to just do whatever. I can do anything, but I have to choose between those options. Like I have all the options, but I still have to choose between them. It's not like a null where they just have all the options at all the times. We're done with Lair. I don't want to do Orc. I really don't want to do Orc. What I do want to do is put on this +9 plate. 34-9 with no real hit to my spellcasting, so we're using that. Goodbye Troller Armor, goodbye Swamp Scales, goodbye Scarf. I want a, oh, I have a real cloak already, and I don't particularly care about that. I also don't have any training in evocation, so I cannot really use the Scarf of Invisibility. So far, it's looking like a real good character. Probably gonna be using a bigger sword at some point, but for now, this is good. And yeah, like real strong character. I'm not gonna do Orc, at least not yet. If and when I do Orc, I have to go in and teleport. That's very important to do. Like if I don't do that, I would die. Would probably die very quickly to Jorgrun, despite my massive amounts of armor class. Talking about that, I also want 15 dodging soon. Swords dexterity characters always end with real good defenses because they get okay armor class, but like really, really good evasion, significantly above the curve compared to other things. And yeah, that's what I don't want to see. At least this guy doesn't really hurt me, but I also don't hurt it. I need to get really, really lucky to deal damage at all. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's going from heavily to moderately wounded just because I just haven't gotten lucky enough times in a row. Yep, that's unfortunately one of the downsides of using short blades. You either find slaying or you find a ludicrous amount of potions of might. Otherwise, you're gonna struggle killing things even with a very highly enchanted quick blade. Things that have real armor class, I have to say. Things with very low amounts of armor class are just shredded by quick blades. They die to 1,000 cuts real quick. But if you cannot even inflict a cut on something that's wearing plates, then yeah, your plan just gets ruined at that point. Scroll of Enchant Armor, +2 boots, sure. Uruk. I have no issues killing Uruk. She has a +3 Evening Star of Protection and Silver Jabs. Some fancy loot for Uruk, but nothing that we can take advantage of, and nothing that threatens us either. So we don't really get a lot of reward out of killing Uruk, unfortunately. She can generate with double swords and stuff, so I think it was rather unfortunate that such a thing didn't happen today. Sonia is gonna die almost instantly. Yeah, like I get Kirated and then she dies from poisonous vapors, ignite poison. Another two-head ogre upon opening a door. That's a pretty funny thing to see. Condenser vein. Gonna pass on it. Ooh, rendered helmet. Exciting. Let's take a look at it. It's okay, respectable. I'll put it on. I may have had 35 intelligence, but like I'm casting level 3 spells. Do I care about having 35 intelligence? Probably not. I don't even have full spell power, but like I don't particularly care. I am much more interested in the extra dexterity and the resistance to electricity that the helmet provides me with. So yeah, Looking pretty good. Looking quite good, all right. The resistances screen already looks beautiful with a couple of very obvious weaknesses. No cold resistance. This is going to be bad for bolts if I don't remediate it. And no willpower. Same goes for that. Um, yeah, if I don't get willpower by bolts, bad things will happen to this character. Antique weapon shop. Hold on. Go over there, Mr. Barachi. Don't let auto travel take you away from this that I want to check. I don't see anything that I am interested in. Neither the sling nor the halberd are weapon types that I want with this character, so oh, I should drop the potion of haste as well. Cheibriados doesn't like it when you go fast, so no potions of haste for this character. No Captain Cutlass either, as you remember from earlier. I'm still carrying it in my inventory because, like, it's pretty funny to me that I am playing the kind of character that could really make use of Captain's Cutlass, but Cheibriados doesn't like it because it's a weapon of speed. Um, at least Cheibriados likes quick blades now. For quite a while, Cheibriados didn't like you using quick blades. Like, Cheibriados actively banned those. Fortunately, it's no longer the case. Ooh, we've been finding some pretty alright experience of Vocables. Look at my armor class. I have 38 armor class. We add a bit of dodging onto the mixture and it's gonna get absurd. This is gonna be a real absurd character, thanks to Cheibriados. It's looking seriously powerful. Of course, it struggles a bit with monsters like these, but at least for this stage of the game, that kind of monster is the exception rather than the norm. And by the time they do become the norm, I will have other things that I'll be able to do against them. Let's just snipe Kirky. Wow, she summoned the Sphinx. Really aiming for my weaknesses. I don't have willpower, so she would have been able to paralyze me. Skin of Sore, not with a character that is using plate. Yeah, like I have 13-9 armor class. A Skin of Sore is not the kind of item that you want with a 13-9 armor class character. I've been getting a fair amount of Randards and otherwise high quality items, but I have not found any swords that are like impressive like that, which is rather unfortunate. I guess you could consider the quick blade a sword, but it's more like a dagger than a sword. Gonna get rid of the Ogre Mage first. Hold on. Immolation. Not bad. Pretty good. Time to train some dodging, as I mentioned earlier. 15 dodging. So I have 13, 9, 10. After the 15 dodging, I think that I am going to be sitting at the very least at 13, 9, 20, potentially even higher than that due to my very high dexterity. 32 dexterity is like more than I had with my previous character, I think. And that character ended the game with 35, 36 defenses. This character already overtook it in strength, and I don't think that its dexterity is gonna get that incredible, but I do see myself ending the game with 30-ish evasion. Gonna be increasing dexterity. Yeah, look at these are my normal stats. These are my base attributes. 15 strength, 11 intelligence, now 19 dexterity because I just leveled it up. And these are my real stats, like the ones that I have in game right now. 33 strength, 31 intelligence, 34 dexterity. That's the impact that Cheibriados has on your character. Stats are real good. A real good thing to have. You certainly want to have some stat rings if you can afford it. Let me not be next to this Dire Elephant. I may have some pretty great defenses, but I still would rather not be next to something that hits as hard as that Dire Elephant. Scale Mail of the True Pharaoh. Minus cast, rampaging, poison resistance and 2 pips of cold resistance. Well, the item was disqualified already by virtue of it has been rampaging. It would just end in a festival of me infuriating Cheibriados. But it also has minus cast, so yeah, that makes it even more worthless. I guess theoretically, if I was not casting spells, it would be okay, but like I'm casting spells, so whatever. Talking about that, let's take a look at my spell list. I don't see Lesser Beckoning or Blink, which are both spells that I would really like to have. So we are just gonna have to continue searching for them. Do I go into Orc now? I think so. Snork was on D12. We should be able to kill her without any kind of difficulty. Rare miscast of Ignite Poison at 3%. We get leather armor, but we don't particularly care about it. Let me re-teleport and then go in. Let's hope that it doesn't teleport me before dropping. Oh, it went exactly how I wanted it to go. It let me go through and then it teleported me. I don't want to fight Jorgrun because I don't have willpower. When I have a good source of willpower, then it would be more interesting. Yeah, that row of willpower is not what qualifies as a good source of willpower. Orc sorcerers are scary. Keep that in mind. Orc sorcerers are scary due to my lack of willpower. They can very easily paralyze me. Let's go downstairs. Oof. Talking about very easily paralysis, or very easily to paralyze me. Yeah, Rupert is really not something that I want to mess around with. Theoretically, I could kill Rupert. In practice, I think that I probably should not try to kill Rupert due to my lack of willpower. 39-16 defenses are really, really good already. They're definitely worthy enough defenses to win the game, but they're going to be getting higher than that. That's part of the perks of being a worshipper of Cheibriados. It's really nice, but it's difficult too. Do remember that shortly after I started worshipping Cheibriados, I was getting killed because I was walking away in situations where I really, really shouldn't do that. So yeah, if you don't like mentally adjust to stopping the walking away, you're gonna get killed because you went Cheibriados in a situation and doing things that you wouldn't get killed by with any other god. Butterfly time? Butterfly time. So, oh, that kind of sucks. LRD hurt. It actually hurt ridiculously, like quite a bit. I'm surprised that it hit me for 39. It really shouldn't have. I have 39 armor class, so LRD checks a lot of armor class. Checks armor class like 3 times. Yeah, its damage is strongly reduced by armor. If I tried to do LRD versus a monster with 39 armor class, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere. I can tell you that for sure. Oh, Jorgrun had... hold on. Yeah, Jorgrun had a potion of curing. That sucks. If I get petrified here, I would probably die unless I have... I may have it. I should teleport. If I stay here, I'm gonna die. That's fine, I'm teleporting anyway. Oh wow, very bad teleport. At least I'm not next to anything that Jorgrun could LRD. I have no idea how Jorgrun managed to deal that much damage with LRD. Like, it may have been like a max damage roll. The kind that I would never ever get. Like, I could use 100 mana's worth of LRD on a monster and it wouldn't deal that much damage if the monster has 39 armor class. But I guess monsters cheat at the end of the day. That's a core pillar of Crawl. Monsters cheat. Monsters sometimes have more powerful and better things than you do. Yeah, I have File of Lots, but I didn't want to use it against Jorgrun because I have Rupert in this level, and I did consider using it, but if I used it against Jorgrun, I wouldn't have it against Rupert, and Rupert is significantly more dangerous than Jorgrun. At least to Jorgrun's Petrify I can react, but Rupert decides to paralyze me, and that's it. So I would rather avoid that. Um, yeah, I think that retaining the Amulet of Mana Regen was the correct thing to do. Look at how much mana usage I have been engaging in. I don't really lose a lot of HP either due to my incredible defenses for this point in the game. So normal regen doesn't really do as much as mana regen. That's what I was thinking when I was given the option between regen and mana regen. Man, this character is just insane. Alright, Rupert. Time to get rid of you. And by get rid of you, I mean please don't kill me. File of Lots. Rupert waterlogged. Rupert very poisoned waterlogged. Extremely poisoned. You killed Rupert. It took me 2 Ignite Poisons. We got rid of Rupert. Rupert unfortunately did not happen to generate with an incredible triple sword this time around. Sometimes Rupert does get that weapon, and it is great. But yeah, this time, when it comes to like things to kill things, we are, or like tools to kill things is probably a better way to word that. We're doing quite well. And when it comes to defenses, we're also in a fantastic position. Like, we're lacking cold resistance and willpower to have like a game-winning kit already, which is incredible. And we have just like so much room for improvement too. I don't have a good cloak, nor good gloves, nor good boots, nor good jewelry. So like almost everything that I could find that's like an artifact in these categories is going to make my character even more powerful. Um, the only thing that I wish I had is like a good sword. That's like literally the only thing. How am I doing in the tournament? I lost 3 characters in the first day of the tournament, and then I was tilted and I didn't play over the weekend. But over the weekend, I realized that the things that I tried to do on Friday are kind of nerfed to oblivion, so I probably shouldn't be doing them if I want to win. And I haven't been doing them since, and I have been winning since. I won on Monday, and I haven't won since, but I also haven't played since. So this casts a possibility of being a streak of 2, a rather high likelihood of it turning into a streak of 2 because the character is super busted. Yeah, so I don't know exactly which position I'm in, but I can always look that up real quick. 141 out of 974. Probably has something to do with the fact that I only have a 25% win rate due to the fact that I lost 3 characters at the beginning of the tournament. But yeah, it's gonna get so much better from now on. Gonna be sticking to swords dexterity, launcher characters. Maybe I'm gonna sneak in a little bit of a mage here and there. Maybe a good old deep elf run. But it's gonna be mostly swords and launcher characters. Brigand with launcher, Binestalker with swords, Wujian, Binestalker. One of my favorite builds is definitely Wujian, Binestalker. I wonder if I can get Speed Demon 3 with this character. Speed Demon 3 is what you get when you win the game in under 3 hours. It is rather difficult to get, but with this character being as powerful as it is already, I don't anticipate the rest of the game taking me a lot of effort. Usually, something that ruins the chances of a character going for Speed Demon 3 is the lack of defenses and resistances, and therefore the complexity of encounters increasing just because things deal more damage. But that is not an issue that this character is going to have. So your computer this day? I see. I hope that you have been enjoying the character so far. Let me get these things. We have quite a lot to get actually. I'm gonna put all of those on the wish list, but I'm gonna buy the scrolls of butterflies. Those ones I don't have and they're really good. The rest of them I don't know if I want to buy them. Maybe I need the money for something else. Mm, +3 plates, not a bad thing, but I definitely don't need it. I already have some pretty crazy good stuff. Mm, yeah, this has been a very easy character so far. There's been like one or two situations where uh, it's not been going very well, but yeah, we're gonna win this. It's like almost a guarantee at this point. Unless I make a terrible mistake, because like most of the things that would usually kill me, which is like just like getting unlucky with my loot or with ways of killing things, having bad defenses as a result of like not having good enough loot to have good defenses or resistances. Like this character has nothing like that, and you can very clearly see it. As I have mentioned before, one of my very lowest issues with this character is the fact that I like one of my like very few issues to put it better with this character is the fact that I do not have. Oh, I cannot jump. Better not move then, otherwise I could die. And the fact that I do not have a better weapon. I'm mostly tabbing, and yeah. So I am looking forward to replacing this quick blade. Actually, should start thinking about doing so a bit more seriously. Probably have a great sword on the floor. That's probably gonna be better than the quick blade. Um, Big lurking. All right. I should probably not be at the range of HP where two smites kill me, because there's two smiters on the screen. Yeah, better be careful with that. It would be nice if you were to come towards me, Mr. Smoke Demon. Gonna drink a potion of curing while I wait for you to get over here. That was kind of sketchy. I ended up taking a lot of damage due to a really good roll by a Nork warrior. Because I was like taking into account getting smitten and losing like 10 to 20 HP every now and then, but losing 47 HP in a single turn was not within the realm of consideration. I really didn't think that it was gonna happen because my defenses are that good. But you know how it is with Kroll. No matter how good your defenses are, you cannot guarantee that something will or will not happen. Just variance. The core pillar of Kroll is variance. NetHack has its unfairness, Kroll has its randomness, and Rift Wizard has its fairness. I think that's how I could put it. By the way, this is easily the most difficult orc ending in the game. This one also, yeah, lets me get 6 runes before getting to depths because I have access to Pandemonium. But I'm probably not gonna be doing that. Fading hand axe, nothing that I am interested in. Let's go get my my things from here. We have we already done D15? I think I did, right? Yeah, I did. So unfortunately, the time has come for me to do the mid game, and I am rather lacking when it comes to damage output. I really could use like one more thing. I have a bookshop with Irradiate, and I haven't really been thinking about it, but it might be the correct time to get it. In order for me to use Irradiate, I need 10 conjurations and 10 transmutations. It would be kind of costly. I don't regret my skill distribution. I think it was correct. But yeah, I'm starting to run into issues when it comes to killing things. What am I going to be going to? I don't even know what branches I have. Spider and Shoals. Shoals is doable. Harpies are annoying. Would like to have some bookshops. They would be quite useful for this character. I have a great sword in the floor, um, which is probably gonna be resulting in a damage increase if I do train for it. But like, I cannot really use it immediately. I have some other fancy weapons, right? Let's take a look. I mean, I have the Captain's Cutlass, which would be kind of perfect for my needs, but unfortunately Cheibriados kind of hates it, so I cannot really use it. I have an Evening Star protection. No matter what weapon I like try to reclass to, I would still need to train for it, so nothing really is very effective other than a short blade. And I have one of the best short blades that I could possibly wish for, so we're kind of in a rough position. Um, Regardless, we can go for the Evening Star. Evening Star plus shield. Evening Star plus shield plus what I'm doing feels good, or like sounds like a really good thing. I would definitely like great sword, probably triple sword, double sword, but I already have the Evening Star right there on the floor. Can I fully enchant it? I can. I can legit just like make it +9, and I even have a brand weapon, so yeah, that seems like the correct thing to do. I'm gonna go pick it up and I'm gonna start thinking about it. I have 21 evasion, so I'm just gonna turn that off for now. I'm gonna start training maces. Probably gonna start leveling up strength as well, since the dexterity thing is like not really going in my favor. I've gotten I like the Evening Star is great. It really is incredible, and it even gives me the option of wearing a shield, which scales with dexterity, which I have a lot of. So yeah. Um, we have quite the decision to make here, but I think I'm gonna go for that. And let's go to Spider. Hopefully, Poisonous Vapors carries me throughout my journey on Spider. A fair amount of the dudes here are weak to poison, so yeah, that's why I chose these over Shoals. Shoals also has no extremely notable poison resistance. It does have harpies, which are really annoying to deal with, but it is not as bad as a snake or swamp. Yeah, those ones are the ones that I would have preferred not to see with this character. Mm. Would be nice if the Broth Mother didn't have poison, or like it doesn't have poison resistance, but it's also not weak to poison. So killing it takes a bit longer than killing other spiders. It also has ridiculously large amounts of HP. It has like 140 HP or so. At least it's not an Emperor Scorpion. Those ones like are probably gonna be my nemesis when it comes to doing displays. Emperor Scorpions have poison resistance, have a lot of armor class, have a lot of HP, and hit really hard. And also have poison attacks, but I have poison resistance from my plate of the Parsimonious Goth. Pretty good plate, yeah. If you remove this armor, your armor class would decrease by 26. It's kind of insane how good of an item find it was. Um, Remember, no moving. Walking will will result in literally a time walk for the monsters. Like the monsters will just take too many actions before you are back in control because you move that slowly. 2.4 turns it takes me to move as a Barachi of Cheibriados. So yeah. Barachi of Cheibriados is good, but punishing if you make mistakes. So if you want to play this, don't make mistakes, and you will be rewarded for not making mistakes. And if you do play this and make mistakes, you're probably not gonna get very far. If you decide to give it a try, let me know how it goes, just like out of curiosity. Always interested in knowing how people do with the recommendations that I give them. Hearing that people do well helps me, like, feel validated when it comes to the decisions that I make and like the advice that I give to people. So yeah. So far we have seen many, many monsters that get absolutely destroyed by poisonous vapors and ignite poison. that combination of things is just like really, really good. I'm glad that I decided to go for it. In general, my character is like kind of a hard counter to this place. The only thing that I'm lacking for a very comfortable stroll through Spider is Toxic Radiance, I think. Um, yeah, the Emperor Scorpion is gonna be rather annoying. I have 7 maces. I guess I am going to use the Evening Star. I should have fully enchanted it earlier. Let's do it right now. Let's do it mid combat. Mid combat enchanting. Because why not? 46-22 defenses. Um, it's not as fast as I would like, but it certainly deals a hefty chunk of damage, good enough to actually hit the Emperor Scorpion, which, by the way, poisons me once and applies some absurd amounts of poison that we need to heal. Like, it pretty much dealt half of my HP in poison damage. And yeah, like, I'm not just tanking that. The unfortunate part of that is that I have poison resistance too, so yeah, it's once again just scrolls randomness at play. Or not reclassing, but like deciding to go for the Evening Star as a way to diversify damage. It's probably gonna be a really, really good decision for my character that I'm not going to regret. Let me rebrand it as well. I don't need protection with the incredible amounts of armor class that I already have. And I could use just something that deals more damage. Venom is fine for this place. I will eventually want to replace Venom with something else. I think I have... no, I don't have any more brand weapons, but for now, Venom is... it's not like it doesn't do anything. It certainly does quite a bit, and it will do quite a bit for quite a while. Yeah, I'm anticipating that by SOT I will want to replace Venom. So yeah, that's a long period of time. Immolation. This would be incredibly easy to do if I had Toxic Radiance, but unfortunately I do not possess such a skill or such an ability. Also, if I take off the quick plate, my resistances, which were a very nice part about this character, kinda go to the dumpster. That's interesting to keep in mind. Probably will have to do something about it eventually, because the quick blade will probably most likely not gonna cut it when it comes to the later parts of the game. Okay. At least for this part of the game, it's not an issue to be walking around without the resistances that the quick blade provides me with. Ice cave, hard ice cave. We have access to a bit of cold resistance, so this is not going to be an issue at all. Let's go upstairs. Looks nasty with the torpor snail. Struggle to remember how that thing was called. Usually happens with the newer monsters. Torpor snail is not really that new, but the ones that I vividly remember every time are the ones that were in the game when I was playing as a teen. Magic mapping, because I do not want to miss that. I'm very close to it. It's convenient. Before going in, I'm gonna switch to my other armor. So Yorogumo do not have poison resistance, but they're also spider spirits. I find it surprising that spirits can be poisoned. You would expect that a spirit, due to its otherworldly nature, would be completely immune to poison. But I'm glad that it is not, because it means that I can still, kill everything here with poison magic. With a simple level 2 and a simple level 3 spell, I am destroying a lair branch. Hey, look at this Ice Dragon. Hello, Mr. Ice Dragon. Goodbye, Mr. Ice Dragon. Hello, plate of the Stone Mason. We lose a bit of in the way of armor class, but it really is not an issue. Let me rest to full HP. Go in. I should be able to kill these guys. Let me set this to min delay, so that I don't accidentally overtrain it. Those guys are kind of spooky. Since I can swim, I can just like bypass a large amount of this specific ice cave layout. I think that I am just gonna like stumble upon the loot very quickly. Last time that I did this, I think I saw a caustic shrike. But I don't, or like a shard shrike, sorry. But I don't think there's shard shrikes here anymore because they were extremely messed up. Even for a hard ice cave, shard shrikes are a bit too much. Well, let's see if we happen to find the thing that I'm looking for. Yeah, we found some loot right here, but I'm expecting to see more. Maybe I should get some. Maybe I should get some fire magic. Probably not sticky flame. I was thinking more like flame wave, but I don't see it here, so it probably means that I do not have access to it, since I haven't really found many bookshops. I do have one, but unfortunately the one that I have doesn't have many spells that I would like to use. It has Irradiate, and I don't have Irradiate on a character that could reasonably cast it, which is something that I find puzzling myself. Been taking quite a bit of damage. Something that I need to remember is that as a Cheibriados worshipper, I actually like walk super slowly, and despite the fact that I have good resistances, I still it's like I'm holding down the wait a turn button on these clouds every time I walk through them. Yeah, so like I'm having multiple instances of the cloud damage applied to me instead of only one, as it would be otherwise. Ah, that's bad, and that's my own fault. If I die here, it's my fault. I kinda step from time, but will that save me? I don't think it will, but let's make an experiment. Oh, it did save me. That's surprising. I really was not expecting the Ice Fiend to just like bail out. Interested in seeing what that dazzling helmet does. Also, the Great Maze of Freezing could theoretically be an upgrade, but I want to use a shield with this character. Shields are a rare luxury in this version due to the massive nerfs. Whoa, it's a Caustic Shrike Simulacrum. No wonder it's destroying me. Yeah, this is not going well. Hard ice caves. First time in the game that I have felt threatened by pretty much anything, by the way. Should I blink again? Probably. I could also step from time again, but it is way too expensive. Is it more expensive than blinking? No, no, it's definitely not expensive. Not more expensive than using two blinks. Didn't really do a lot, but it did manage to make the most dangerous thing disappear, which is this, which it just immediately reappeared on the screen. Alright, this would be a good time to have Holy Word, except for the fact that Holy Word no longer exists. I am 100% certain that this is just gonna kill me if I stay here, so I'm just gonna have to blink again. Yeah, I'm really scared of the Caustic Shrike. Thinking about my options. Pretty rough to have to deal with all of these at the same time. Even with 2 pips of cold resistance, I'm not killing them. Maybe Slouch. Let's try that. Okay, that did kill some pretty good stuff. There's very few and far between situations where Slouch is the correct thing to do, because it costs a bit too much piety for what it does. But I think that was absolutely one of the ones. Ouch. Don't kill me, Mr. Minotaur. Please don't kill me. I'm gonna try to jump over here. I don't have heal wounds. It would be nice to have right now. Mm, it didn't really achieve anything that step from time. I want to walk. I want to walk over here because I think it gives me a significantly higher chance to survive. It gives me a better blink, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna dig. Yeah. If I wanna like disengage from this guy, I should blink, or I should blink instead of walking or dig. It's not going well. Scroll summoning? I feel like I shouldn't. Wow, like this has been incredibly expensive. I think that I should just stop going into hard ice caves altogether. This has been a pretty great character so far, and the ice cave has been destroying me. I hope that I can kill the Minotaur with what I have. I really do. I already spent way too much piety, so I cannot really afford to spend any more. Nor would it achieve a lot to spend piety, so hopefully I can kill this Minotaur Simulacrum with an attack, which I do. Okay, now let me rest to full HP, please. Mm. Oh, another one. Brigand Defender, but the Brigand Defender cannot get to me. Anyway, this is definitely a place to use regen on because most or like all of the things that I have seen are pretty much immune to poison by virtue of being undead. So I am not using my mana, so I would definitely like to have regen much more than mana regen. Walk into the Ice Fiend, immediately get Tormented, which is kind of my fault, to be completely honest. Having Fogu would be good here. If I use Potion of 3 for Torment immunity, that gets rid of the cold resistance. So I think the correct thing to do is probably to just leave. Cut my losses and leave. Interested in this, however. The one that I have isn't even bad. But like it could be way better, and I've already like invested so much into this level, so so rough indeed. I was hoping that this guy wouldn't slow me. Fortunately, it did end up working out exactly how I wanted it to. Fighting an Ice Fiend at half HP. I don't even have potions of 3, I just realized. Don't even have resistance either. The correct thing to do is really is to leave. Am I going to throw away yet another character on a nice cave just because I want to greed it out? I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Anyway, Bolt of Cold hits me but does no damage. No, it misses. It misses. Okay, no torment so far, which is pretty good. I have regen, so hopefully the regen will get me going at least for a bit. The Ice Fiend completely resists. The Ice Fiend actually being in the back row is bad because it can just like spam torment at me and kill me, and I cannot walk forward. So yeah, this is a pretty bad position to be in. I think it's also immune to magic. Yeah, infinite willpower, so cannot really use. Oh, I got Clouds of Fire. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. The Ice Fiend is dying. You kill the Ice Fiend. Let's hope that there's no more Ice Fiends. I really don't want to see a second Ice Fiend. Second Ice Fiend would ruin my day. Yeah, these guys hurt. Shouldn't have come here. Really shouldn't have come here. But after that, we're probably done. I would be surprised if we were not done. Give me my stuff. It's a bit of an upgrade. It's a bit of an upgrade. Very slightly an upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. With full knowledge, I would absolutely have not done this, but this is not a game about full knowledge. So whatever. The thing that I'm saying is like if this had been a Rift Wizard level, I would have taken a glance of it, immediately said I'm not doing that, and then I would have left. Um, that's what I say. That's what I mean when I say with full knowledge. Should have expected it, to be completely honest. Yikes! That golden dragon dealt quite a bit of damage to me. What is this? Ooh. What if I put it on? 39-18 versus 35-21. I mean, thankfully I don't have issues with that. Wow, not very great. In fact, I will pick it up just because it might actually be usable. I would prefer not to use it for sure, but it might be usable. I have to drop something, however, because I'm full. My inventory is full. I'll drop the Ring of Cold Resistance because we're not using that. The statue dies easily. At this point, I'm just like clearing everything because why not? I already killed the fiend, so there's not gonna be more. Statue dies very, very easily. Potion of 3, might as well pick it up, except that I can't. Once again, the inventory limit strikes again. It's like not a particularly interesting decision. It's just like eventually you have to clear the trash in your inventory, which is annoying. I'm not getting out without carrying that shield. I don't have unidentified items. Let's drop that. Did I pick up the cloak? I did pick up the cloak. Yeah, I only want to take it out with me because it might be part of like a more complex inventory switch. I cannot just leave it behind because it's a bad item on its own. Maybe that bad item combined with another future item to be seen results in like something really busted for my character. And if I was to leave it behind, I would be depriving myself of that possibility, which is suboptimal. What do I drop? Flight is an easy drop. I kind of want to disable the auto pickup for potions of flight, but there's always going to be the one situation where like you really wish you had it, and I don't want to be in that situation. I wonder if I should use a crystal plate. The answer is probably not, but I could maybe think about using it. Maybe 35, 35, 35. The stats if I use this. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I want to put on the kite shield. Cannot really do it yet. I need to train a bit for it. Oh, by the way, now that I'm out of there, I definitely should go back to the other amulet. So let's do that right now. I like this, how you can just like press W now and like switch this. This is a really nice quality of life feature that people have been clamoring for a while. You can't wear that, huh? You can't wield jewelry. I mean, what's the point of that then? What's the point of this screen if I cannot, you know, use it? I gotta bug report that because otherwise the screen is worthless. Well, carrying around the Amulet of Regen was actually quite useful there, but I don't think that I will do the same movement again, so I'm just gonna drop it. Same goes for this. Gonna drop those. A Ring of Wizardry can go into the floor as well. Maybe I could consider like replacing my rings of stats with rings of defenses or resistances, or like, well, my rings of stats and defenses for rings of resistances, since resistances are the thing that I'm most lacking with this character if I choose to not use the quick blade, which I have decided that I really don't want to use because I like killing things with this evening star. Kills things way faster than what I was using before the quick blade. We're at 2 hours. I don't think that I will be doing this in 3 hours. We unfortunately ran into unexpected and annoying interruptions in that ice cave. That ice cave consumed quite a ridiculously large amount of my consumables, and it also consumed a lot of my time. So I don't think I'm winning this in under 3 hours, but I am probably gonna be winning this without much complication after that ice cave. I have to say that I am very disappointed about the ice cave. It's just like too much. And I knew it was too much. Like hard ice caves are pretty much the same as the Desolation Assault. Potentially like pretty decent loot, and we did get some pretty okay loot. Kite Shield of Cold Resistance, Crystal Plate of Cold Resistance. We got a Randart helmet, which was a very minor upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. We also got a Randart Cloak, which right now is not very good, but it might become better later on. So we did get good stuff, right? But the thing is that how many resources did I have to spend to get that good stuff? I would say that it was not worth it, just because I had to use multiple instances of scroll of linking and step from time, which, yeah, nothing is worth that price. Also, I hate this. I hate going into Spider 4 and it being just like a huge open level. I'm reading teleports. This is the kind of situation where, like, if you don't teleport immediately, that kills you. Yeah, I killed everything. Pretty unlucky poison rolls for me. Like, the redbacks just, like, destroyed me with the poison rolls. I hope that doesn't kill me. I think that I am able to survive it with 62 HP. I have 13.9 armor class after all. I can also do temporal distortion. Yeah, let's go. Just made the thing go through me, so it didn't hit me. Um, as I mentioned before, Cheibriados abilities are not something that you're like actively looking to use in battle. Slouch would be that if it was cheaper. It is most definitely not cheap enough to be able to use it like that. But they're pretty good escape options for when you actually need them, which is nice. Soulbound, Emperor Scorpion. Please don't poison me. I don't have cold resistance, so this is scary. 42 damage, or 42 HP, might as well rush it before it gets dangerous. Wow, okay, stop doing that. 15 maces about to hit min delay on my Evening Star. Fully enchanted Evening Star of Venom. Pretty great weapon. Hey, I got a pretty nice title, The Bludgeoner. I like that title. Not a title that I get to see very frequently due to the difficulty of acquiring it. You need to have maces as your highest skill. It needs to be between 15 and 20.9. At 21, it switches to something else that I also don't remember. Shatterer? I think it's Shatterer, but I am not 100% sure. If I had Toxic Radiance, this would be going much faster. Fortunately, I have a tool that lets me kill these guys really easily. It could be way worse. Mm, Roxanne. Gonna pass. I cannot beat her. Yeah, in order to beat Roxanne, you usually need either very good firepower or LRD, and I don't have either. Nor I think I will be getting either. I could go for Iron Shot, but like, nah. Roxanne can also get really lucky with a couple of like random LCS rolls and just like kill you. So the best way to prevent that is to not be fighting her in the first place. I'm gonna get 16 fighting, and then after that I will be getting dodging, shields, probably shields, so I can make use of that shield of cold resistance that I just got. It is quite an item after all. Yeah, not much else to say about the current situation. I'm probably fighting the entirety of the Rune Bolt. Most of it is weak to poison, so this wasn't difficult to do. I'm just gonna tank the damage. I don't need to preserve my HP. Sorry. Talking about that, I'm reminded of Rift Wizard. Rift Wizard is a game where like resource management is a very heavy aspect of it. You have to look at everything that you have as a resource. HP and everything is a resource in that game. Ah, that sucks. Yeah. When I said that I didn't mind taking the hit, I didn't know that I was gonna be fighting two Emperor Scorpions. I need to blink away, otherwise I just die next turn. Okay, I'm gonna read another teleport to cancel the teleport, and I'm gonna go upstairs. Yeah, of course, fighting two Emperor Scorpions is not what you want to do with 70 HP. It's pretty funny because like one of them barely hurts me, but two of them absolutely delete me like in no time at all. Gonna jump into this water because if you jump into water, the flames go out. I think the Emperor Scorpion can go through the water. Um, So yeah, being in water is an advantage of the Barachi. I don't fumble, but I don't swim fast like Merfolk would. But it leads me to being able to not be sticky flamed by the sun mod, which is nice because I don't have poison resist or I don't have fire resistance. With the way that I have been poisoned, you would think that I don't have poison resistance, but funnily I do. Um, it's just that sometimes it doesn't do anything. The gloves of the fiddle are incredibly good. They're just very basic gloves of cold resistance, but that's all that I need. Now I will have 2 pips of cold resistance, and if I hadn't already dropped the plate of cold resistance that I was carrying, I would do it now. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty great character. Mm, so even like the character kind of destroyed the early game, right? And then getting my first rune was a bit of a struggle. But the usual experience of crawl characters is that the early game is a bit of a struggle, and then you kind of die in the mid game, right? So having the mid game only be a bit of a struggle bodes very well because once we have this, now that we have acquired this rune, yeah, we're like in a great position now. Let's go do bolts. I'll do shows later. And I don't know if I want to do bolts 5 or what I want to do. Took a bit of damage there. Oh, you know what? I should probably, yeah, get a bit of extra HP, which is what I'm already doing. 138 HP is on the low side of things. Lots of white, very ugly things. Fortunately, none of them got a good damage roll. Oh, also, I don't have willpower. So I did say earlier in the stream that if I got to this point in the game without willpower, I would be suffering. I hope that the suffering is not excessive. but I am anticipating that it's probably going to be quite accessible, right? Probably gonna get banished and stuff. Plate of Ponderousness. Ponder Plate is not the worst thing to have as a Cheibriados worshipper, but the thing is that I don't need that kind of thing. Temporal Distortion, get over here. They didn't really walk forward quite a lot. So Temporal Distortion is like Step from Time, but instead of being as long as a Step from Time is, it only lasts for a couple of turns. This wizard has a 39% chance to banish me, and I don't want to go to the Abyss yet, so this would be a good time to have some willpower. Incredible. Incredible. I cannot even like put on willpower even if I wanted to, and I do want to, just because like I have not found a ring of willpower. My previous character, the Merfolk, was also in the same position. I wonder if it's like a thing with 0.29 or 0.29. This is 0.29. That willpower items are less common or something. But I doubt it. I doubt it. Unless it was like an accidental thing that happened during a commit. But once again, I greatly doubt that. I think that I've just been getting unlucky with those two characters. And future characters will actually have willpower. 16 fighting. Time to get shields. Because I really want to put on that shield. I don't want the Frostheart to hit me. Fortunately, I'm a Barachi, so I just have to jump away. The classic Barachi strategy of jumping away and waiting for things to get to me while I pummel them with my very powerful ranged options. In this case, my very powerful ranged option is Poisonous Vapors. Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison. And it is quite powerful, alright. Okay, that's really funny. It did it like 3 times in a row. Like, it opened the door, it immediately sealed the door. That was very, very funny indeed. We got a Book of Dispel on that, but like, I don't think I care about it. So I just noticed that if you have Discord is kind of like a really, really strong thing that you can use in Spider. Gotta get rid of that wizard like right now. Yeah, I cannot afford that to be alive since I have no willpower, so it could easily kill me. Why are things mighty? Was the Convoker doing that? It was doing that, okay. I can jump away. Since I have Mark, I should be conservative with my HP. I got a pretty good blink, but I accidentally walked forward. That's a shame. A pretty good jump. It was not really a blink. Barachi is nice. That little tool that Barachi has is pretty powerful indeed. Mark wore off without me having to fight the entirety of the level. That's lucky. I don't want to fight 2 Convokers at the same time. Yeah, because like I kill one Convoker and then the other one finishes convoking. I didn't want to be in the receiving end of that. Scrolls of Poison, which they would have been a great thing to have for Spider. Would have been amazing for Orc as well, considering that I have Ignite Poison, but I just found them, and while their utility kinda is less compared to what it could have been earlier in the game, they're still a nice thing to have. Asterion with no poison or fire resistance, so goodbye Asterion. Your home has 14 doors. Hail, right. I don't know how many doors my home has. I have never counted them. But yeah, Asterion with no poison resistance ended in a pretty easy kill for me. Oh, immediate paralysis. I also explored into being paralyzed. Fortunately, I got paralyzed by a rather underwhelming monster, so it was not an issue. I have 16 shields with 35, 35, 35 defenses. 40, 20, 16. Not bad at all. Desolation Assault. So I just said earlier that it's not bad. I mean, I'm probably not gonna be using that. I just wanted to buy it out of curiosity. It's not bad at all. I did say earlier that the Ice Cave felt like this is interesting. This is pretty okay. What if I put that on? Oh, it has drain, right? 11, 40 to 29. I would probably get a lot of evasion out of doing that, so it might not be such an unreasonable thing to do. As I said, in the Ice Cave, I compared the Ice Cave to Desolation Assault and how much it was not worth it to do. So now that I got Desolation Assault, there's like not really a reason for me to do it. I have resistance to electricity, right? Yeah, actually a very important resistance to have because Thunderhooks can just delete your HP in 2 turns if you don't have the resistance for them. I did win the Merfolk. Yeah, the Fire Dragon skills have a lot of properties. Lots and lots of properties. 3 dexterity, fire resistance, weakness to cold, that's like natural of fire skills. Regen resistance to corrosion, draining, and willpower. 2 pips of willpower. It's good. The thing is that I would be paying on HP or an armor class for using this item. The cold resistance, the cold weakness doesn't matter. It would leave me with incredible resistances. If only it was not +1. Like that's the only issue that I have with this. Yeah, 29, 24, 17. It's okay. They're pretty respectable defenses, and yeah, like poison resistance would be a nice thing to have. Other than that, this looks pretty alright. I will stick with it. I would prefer to have the higher amount of armor class, but I don't want to be walking around without fire resistance just to like get too shot by Shtawa or something. Once again, I don't care about the Desolation Assault, so if I stumble upon it, I am not gonna go in. Let's take a look at these things. Starburst and Firestorm, Big Book, Book of Chaos, Book of Death, Book of Hexes, Book of Eyes, Book of the Moon, Book of Senses, and Book of the Wilderness. Book of the Senses has Silence. I kind of want that. I kind of want it. I'll put it on the wish list to keep in consideration. Just because I think that being able to use like silence is a really really powerful tool to have. If your character can get away with using silence, silence is just like a get out of jail card for nasty endgame monsters like ancient leeches, and ancient leeches, and ancient leeches. It also kind of supersedes the need for willpower when it comes to doing elf, since you can just silence the monsters that would otherwise banish you. But I don't know. I like the fire skills really do apport a lot to my character. Everything that the fire skills has is useful to my character, so that's why I haven't particularly been thrilled by taking it off, like by the prospect of taking it off. It is unfortunately like a necessary evil. I would prefer to have a lot more armor class, but I cannot really do it. Wow, underwhelming. Really, really underwhelming shop. Lots of green stuff, not enough good stuff. I think that shops after a certain point in the game, like for example shops in bolts, should probably not have base ring mail and plate in them, because by this point you've already killed a ton of people who have base ring mail and plate. It should only have good stuff. Even if it has less items, it should only have good items, so that you see a shop and you're always at least moderately interested in what the shop is gonna have, instead of going into the shop and finding that it has like 5 or 6 pieces of armor that you are not gonna buy ever at this point in the game. Yeah, base armor at this point in the game, not exciting at all, especially body armor. Like, I could understand it if it was like gloves or boots or a hat. Those ones, like, there's some freak situations where you just like go through the entirety of the game and it just doesn't happen, right? Um, I've been there. Everyone has been there at least once. So for like globes and so, it's understandable. Those are kind of reasonable that they can generate here. But body armor, absolutely not. I strongly oppose the fact that body armor can generate like that. It is nonsensical in my opinion. I am going to re-teleport and hope that I do not get banished by the wizards. Oh, I don't have to fear getting banished anymore because I got 2 pips of willpower. So now it went from being like 40% to being 1% chance to banish me. That's nice. I'm glad that I did switch to wearing that set of fire skills. It's only a shame that it was +1 instead of being +10, but I think that overall increases the chances that I will win the game. Um, I have I have a Pan portal because I got Pan Orc, so I can do the banner that is getting 6 runes before entering depths. That's probably not gonna go very well with my character as it is right now. It's a rather powerful character, but I don't think it's powerful enough to be able to do that kind of thing. So I'm definitely quite hesitating on doing that. I do have a lot of game to explore before I have to make the decision of either trying that or going to Depths 1 and like forsaking the golden ticket that just fell on my lap in the form of that bolt. So yeah. Oh, one of my keys flew off my keyboard. That's not the first time that happens. I wonder why it happens. Let me push it back carefully. It's a hold on. Yeah. If you press keys when you're playing a game, things will happen in the game. Okay, there we go. I tabbed out before I died. Fortunately, the key that flew off would have made me walk into this metal wall. So that's what saved me in that particular occasion. Am I playing on a laptop with scissor switches? I'm playing on a mechanical keyboard. It's a very cheap mechanical keyboard. So like reapplying the key is like a super easy endeavor. I just have to push it down, and it just works out. Slouch too expensive now? You can still do Slouch. Piety moderates, but like the expensive Slouch doesn't really come from Piety. It comes from the fact that you have to train serious amounts of invocations if you wanted to do real damage against like speed 10 monsters. And since I don't particularly care about such a thing, I am not really using Slouch that much. Okay, let's fight this guy. Wow, I actually destroyed that guy. That's insane. Let me get rid of Enchant Weapon. Yeah, Enchant Weapon can just go into the floor for the rest of the game. Brand Weapon. Still haven't found any. As I mentioned earlier, Poison Brand, Venom Brand is not an issue, but I'm interested in eventually replacing it. Wow, I've been getting unfortunate rolls against this Frost Giant. Went for 2 Ignite Poisons when it was extremely poisoned, and it didn't kill it on 2. Kind of insane. My character feels like a beast, not gonna lie. It feels very powerful, even after nerfing my defenses a bit. Now there's less things in the game that I have to be truly scared of. Less weaknesses, very few weaknesses actually. Like we have a weakness to poison, and that's pretty much it. Resistance to negative is kind of irrelevant. I am a bit surprised by the fact that it's been so long. Um, and people like it's been so long, people think that resistance to negative is not that impactful, and it's still a 3-tier resistance. So like in my opinion, it should just be a single property, like resistance to poison or resistance to corrosion, that doesn't give you total immunity, because at tier 3 of resistance to negative, it gives you total immunity um, to like negative energy. Mm. It might be complicated to work around that, because part of the perks that the Shining One offers is 3 pips of resistance to negative at max piety or at 160 piety. So that probably has something to do with the fact that it hasn't been reworked. Um, so maybe when the Shining One gets reworked, resistance to negative also does. Let's train some dodging. 29, 25, 19. I'm gonna be getting to 30 evasion quite easily. I think this character could easily get to 30-30. After all, I do have Cheibriados stats. Cheibriados stats enable you to do that kind of ridiculous thing. Cheibriados is good. Like, it's good, but it's difficult and punishing. Yeah, I like Cheibriados. I don't love Cheibriados like some other more infamous players like Tazonir, or I think Dynast also liked Cheibriados quite a bit when he plays the game. But I still like Cheibriados. I'm always up for a Cheibriados run every now and then. A strange structure made out of doors. In case you don't know, that's a door bolt. It is a pretty scary thing that you probably shouldn't mess with. If you open that, you're gonna be fighting some pretty high tier monsters. In this part of the game, I anticipate that it would have multiple ancient liches inside, so I don't want to mess with that. The helmet is +2, but my current helmet has resistance to electricity and 2 strength. This doesn't have that. Yeah, this is literally my only source of resistance to electricity, so I will stick with it. Man, this character looks good. It really looks quite solid to me. Wislav. I am interested in going into that Wislav. Let's see what we got. Another enchant weapon. Oh, that guy is recalling. It finished recalling. I know for sure because it started moving after the message, like the recalling message. And since I didn't interrupt it, it just finished, but it was not an issue. I was about to read magic mapping for the Wislav, but we just found it by out exploring. Very lucky. Let me drop these poison darts. Haven't really been using poison darts since I got my poisonous vapors spell for obvious reasons. Gonna drop these as well. Gonna drop this. Gonna drop amnesia for sure. I don't think I want amnesia with this character. When the flame can go away. I have an unidentified potion. I don't think it's gonna be. I probably have 2 unidentified potions. Let's see. I want to see the unrecognized potions. Berserk cancellation and experience. So it's one of those 3, and it's not gonna be experience because experience is obscenely rare. Tukima's studio. That's gonna be funny. Dancing weapons. Ouch. Slouch? Slouch. Let's give that a try. Kill the dancing weapons. Yeah, like if there's something that Slouch is gonna do very well for my character is getting rid of dancing weapons. They don't have that much HP and they're incredibly fast, so yeah. Okay, this is getting pretty ridiculous. If only my Tin of Tremor Stones was more damaging, that would be nice. Okay. Those are the real ones. They're pretty hurt. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're poison resistant, so I have to walk towards them. And they have polearms too. You know what I should use? A potion of attraction. If there's a situation to use a potion of attraction on, it's this one. There has never been a better situation to use a potion of attraction on. Ooh, look at that! That's a beast of an item. That's insanely strong. Plus 11 speed, and hand crossbow is not even like a bad weapon type anymore. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, it's also just like killing me straight up. Let's use a slouch again. And as I mentioned, dancing weapons don't stand much of a chance. I'm gonna carry it and I'm gonna win the game with it. Let's inscribe it with don't drop, but I am not gonna use it because Che doesn't like speed brand. That's the second really strong speed branded item that we have gotten with this character that Cheibriados will not allow me to use. I wonder why there are so many Rakshasa here. Also, I wish I could rest to full HP. There we go. Got kind of scary. Walking Crystal Tome, Dormant. How about I don't stand in line of sight of that, because that's a really scary thing to be fighting against. Longbow of Venom. Tempted to slouch. The longbow woke it up. I slouched and it didn't kill? Unlucky. Both of them are almost destroyed. Just gonna do it again. Better safe than dead. The walking crystal tome didn't notice me, which is funny. But yeah, I don't want to get crystal speared. I wonder if those are a rather recent introduction to this. Flail of Protection and Longsword of Holy Wrath. Nothing too scary. The more damaging the weapon, the scarier it is to be fighting a dancing weapon version of it. Getting pretty laggy. Yeah, console is like really laggy. It's so laggy that I can like take a look at tiles and it is yeah. Tiles was like way ahead of the thing. But of course, it being tiles, I didn't recognize these as enemies. Oh, I probably should rest to full HP. I was fighting some Venom dancing weapons. Ooh. Interesting items. The scarf is probably one of the most relevant ones to my character. Okay. Nine Settler Solution wielding a weapon of venom. If I saw, like, imagine this was a Panlord. If I saw this as a Panlord, I would run straight in the opposite direction. This is difficult, but definitely there's some valuable loot in here, so I want to do it. This is probably not going to be as good as the one that I have. The strange machines are bad. Strange mechanical contraption, all hisses and pops. Shadows seem to dance across its reflective surface. 90 HP and no evasion. What summoned this? Oh, it's not summoned, it's permanent. What's up with that then? Oh. Summon illusion. Shadow creatures. Why are some of them marked as permanent? Yeah, like 5 Rakshasa, 3 summoned. Oh, because one of them copied itself. Like, I think it's 3 real Rakshasa and 2 of them that got copied. In that case, you can determine which ones are real, because the ones that are real are the ones that are going to be labeled as summoned, right? Which I find pretty funny. This thing is not very fast, I assume. Maybe I should drink Might. I only have 3, kind of rough. Looking very closely at my HP, I don't want to run into any awkward situations with my HP. Ouch. Oh, Ignite Poison. You feel like your blood is boiling. I'm glad that monsters don't do that. Usually is what I mean. Man, oh, you're mighty because I am mighty. It can hit for up to 44 damage plus venom plus might. 33% chance to hit me. Jeez. It also has more willpower than I do. Have you already noticed? 4 pips of willpower versus 3 pips of willpower. What's up with that? Pretty scary monster to be fighting against. I can beat it, but... Or rather, I cannot beat it. I would rather kill the strange machine, but unfortunately I cannot jump past it to hit the strange machine, so I just have to re-teleport before bad things happen. It would be great if I had Blink the spell. I've been really looking forward to having that, but I have not found it. Same goes for Lesser Beckoning, though at this point in the game Lesser Beckoning has become significantly less useful. Yikes, it's running towards me. You know what I should do? I should probably not run towards that. Oh, it's catching up to me. Why are you able to walk so fast? I am a worshipper of Cheibriados. You really shouldn't be able to do that. You have poison resistance, so I cannot poison you. I think it would kill me. I think it would beat me in a straight up fight. It's not even hurt, it's at full HP. Why is it very poisoned? Probably because when I got copied, I was very poisoned. That's probably what happened. Jeez, it's destroying me. It's actually just like destroying me. Wow, that was painful. I need to rest my HP. I find this interesting. Why is there glass here and a stone? Is it like supposed to be mirrors? Because if so, that's pretty interesting. Oh, come on, where did you come from? Jeez, okay, let's re-teleport again. Hopefully I can get to the strange machine before I get killed by either the crystal tome or my illusion, both of which are incredibly, obscenely dangerous. But I think the crystal tome is more dangerous than crystal spear. Yeah. Or rather, like, this is more dangerous than the illusion, because the illusion cannot just explode me, and the crystal tome can. Oh, got lucky. Yeah, even with 0 evocations, that does a pretty good job of getting rid of that. Alright, we're done with that. Let me pick up my stuff. Tukima's Dance, Portal Projectile and Blade to Hands, Scarf of Shadows, Skill Mail, Gloves of Dexterity. I'll pick these up, though I'm probably not gonna put them on. I'll pick that up. Faintly Humming Gloves. Those ones could be extremely good. I'll pick them up. I'm probably gonna drop the Gloves of Dexterity now, since if I want the Gloves of Dexterity, these are Gloves of Super Dexterity and see Invisible, so whatever. Let's get out of here before I have to fight the Crystal Tome. I might be theoretically well equipped to deal with it, but I don't know. I'm gonna go around. Very, very spooky monster. Probably should not be pressing keys that fast since accidents can happen, and you cannot afford to have accidents in front of a monster with such ridiculous damage output. An accident would very quickly kill me. Okay, Donald, it's not very difficult today. Yeah, Donald with no poison resistance is like any other monster with no poison resistance for this character. They just straight up die. 15 dodging. Should I get more? I think I already had the Bludgeoner title for a while. Oh, I'm gonna get evocations actually. 12 evocations because I have Tin of Tremorstones and Condenser Bane and other really nice evocables that I haven't really made use of. Yeah, 2 hours and a half. I don't think we are going to be getting the 3 hours banner. Temporal Distortion. Temporal Distortion just makes you immune to Orbs of Destruction. I wonder how many people know about that. Scroll of Silence. Yeah, I can just silence bodies and then just staff, and then bodies just explodes because I have pretty decent damage output. Of course, I would have better damage output if I was using a double sword instead of an Evening Star, but the game didn't feel like giving me a double sword, and you know what? That's all right because it's already given me plenty of things that I actually needed better than a double sword. Barachi, Cheibriados. Keycaps are generally easier to take off and on, but it's very unusual for them to come off by using them. It might be something related to the way that I press the keys. I don't think it's like unusual, but like there's some keys that like I flick instead of just like pressing them. So like I slide my finger off them, and probably that causes them to come off. It's not the first time that it happens, anyway. Fortunately, it's very easy to put them back on. So yeah, it's definitely not an issue. You guess it really is a cheap keyboard. It feels good. I will most likely eventually replace it, but I really don't have a rush for doing it. It serves the purpose that that it's supposed to serve, so I don't feel the desire to replace it, nor the need to replace it. Freezing. Freezing. Oh, I got freezing. Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, freezing is what I wanted to see. I think that I have indeed been noticing how my damage went up quite heavily thanks to getting freezing brand on the weapon. Scissor switches are like flat, so you can catch a finger on the edge on accident. Full-size normal keyboard doesn't really have that kind of shape. If you were being facetious, you might say that on one core purpose of a keyboard is to retain keycaps for you to type on, and it does that almost always. So yeah, you know, I'm okay with like some degree of non-catastrophic failure. So like if the key comes off, I don't mind as long as it's not broken or anything, since I can just reapply it. Also, like just to be completely clear, it's not something that happens on a daily basis. I have had this keyboard since February or March or so. Like I've had it for like 6 months, let's say 6 months. And it's only happened twice, so that means it's happened roughly once every 3 months, and by extension, it's not as much of an issue. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny when it happens because I'm like, oh, it just came off. I have no idea how that happened, but it did. Shoals? I guess Shoals should be fine. Look at my defenses. 29, 29, 19. And I am going to be training for a lot more armor class innovation in the future. Ring of Willpower, well, it's a bit too late for that. I'm already using an item that lets me continue using my other rings. Ring of Protection and Ring of Intelligence. That's definitely where my armor class is coming from. The extra 4 armor class of that Ring of Protection I have been taking them for granted because I've had them since pretty much the very beginning of the game. So yeah, this character has access to Crystal Plate of cold resistance, and I'm still choosing to use these Brandart +1 fire scales just because it really gives me everything that I need with this character. The only way that I switch to wearing other armor that is not what I currently have is that I find really, really good artifacts that help me make that transition. But I don't think it's gonna happen because finding such items would be extremely lucky. Mm. So yeah, Tukima's studio was rough. Sometimes you have characters that are that have a pretty rough matchup against themselves, and I would say that my character is exactly that. My character has a pretty rough time killing a copy of itself. Mm, really want really want Toxic Radiance. Oh, the Nymph replaced the stairs. Fortunately, I managed to one-shot the Nymph. Dealing damage is nice. Actually, having good stats for once is a really great thing. Cheibriados, am I right? Cheibriados really is something else. Should play more Cheibriados. I only play Cheibriados every now and then, but every time I play Cheibriados, I am like very pleased with the results. It's just that not all characters can go Cheibriados. Like, for example, I wouldn't try to go Cheibriados on something like a Troll. Troll of Cheibriados loses out on spellcasting, since the aptitudes for spellcasting of the trolls are absolutely horrible. No amount of intelligence is gonna salvage that. Not to mention that troll intelligence is just so ridiculously bad that even if I had big aptitudes, I would still not really be able to cast as well as pretty much any other character, even while being a Cheibriados worshipper, since Cheibriados intelligence just makes my horrible intelligence be normal instead of making my normal intelligence be incredible, as it is with pretty much everything else. The Kraken was pretty much free. I'm surprised at how easy to kill that guy was. Luis shouldn't be an issue. Wow, I walked once and things just like rained on top of me, so better not move, as I have been saying for pretty much the entirety of this character. Moving is bad. It's better if you don't move. Cheibriados told me so. Hey, Dragon Slaying Spoils. We could get Pearl Scales again with this character. I kind of want to buy them because there's like a streak of Pearl Scales, which is extremely rare. I'm gonna buy them just because, just to inscribe it. Yeah, 2 wins in a row, 2 Pearl Scales in a row, unless I don't win this, in which case it would be lame, but I would still have found 2 Pearl Scales in 2 games in a row, like Pearl Scales in 2 games in a row, which is a pretty rare occurrence since there's such a ridiculously rare item. I feel like Pearl Dragons could appear more frequently, maybe like in the super duper late game, like I'm talking depths 4 kind of thing. Maybe very rarely in sought to keep undead characters on their toes. I feel like it would be interesting if those guys were to generate there. After all, Sot is kind of the land of the dragons and the draconians, so it does make sense for them to generate there, right? I have been wondering, like, what if I went for polearms instead of going for maces? Because I did find some demon tridents and stuff before making my decision. Flame Wave. I did want Flame Wave, but only for the Ice Cave. I wouldn't really use it now. Though it is a rather okay thing to have. After all, my defenses are pretty good, so I can like definitely support using such an item. Okay, just gonna be training all 4 of these at the same time because at this point my experience distribution no longer matters as much as it did earlier in the game. Like I can probably just not take a look at that screen again for the rest of the game after how I left it and still win, which is not something that I would be able to say for the very early stages of the game. It might be like a psychological thing, but I really do feel that moving my like skills around and like my experience distribution around helps me become more powerful and win faster. At the very least, it helps me get things castable faster. And I do notice that, like, that's not a psychological thing or anything. It is something that's like for real. Mm, I'm kind of just like waltzing through this like it's nothing, which is a pretty good indicator for the power level of the character. As I said when I was done with Spider, yeah, since the early game I didn't struggle one bit, and in the mid game I did struggle one bit. The late game is gonna be pretty easy because the mid game is like the hardest part of the game. It's usually where my characters go to die in the process of getting their first rune. Should I get strength? I kind of want to get strength. I'm gonna get strength because there's no point in getting dexterity since I'm not using a dexterity weapon anymore. That increase in strength got me 1 pip of evasion, or 1 bit of evasion, 1 point. So now I'm at 2930. Pretty sweet. Yeah. If your character has 30-30 defenses, it's in a pretty good spot in my opinion. Back in the day, the best defenses were 46-30, or not the best defenses, but like the diesel stat line was 46-30. Right now, I think that 30-30 is good enough to get the job done, as long as you also have good damage output. I found the Amulet of the 4 Winds, but I'm gonna stick with my Amulet of Mana Regen. I don't really need the extra willpower that 4 Winds would provide me with. The fire scales that I have just like give me a bit too much that I cannot really afford to lose. This would have been a good thing to find early on. Would have been happy with that armor. But it's not early on anymore, so I shall leave it on the floor. I want to pick that up. I'm astonished at that hand crossbow. Like, it truly is a beast of a hand crossbow. I wonder if there's... Well, I guess I could enchant the cloak, but... Nah, like, I'm not gonna enchant it. That's the rune. Let's place ourselves over here. Re-immolation. Do I even need the re-immolation? I think I just used enough tremor stones and they die. Yeah, no need to immolate. That's a powerful character. I was face to face with like a million Merfolk Impalers, and they all just like died in 2 turns, like it was nothing. And I also didn't really take a lot of damage in the process of doing that. That's the part that makes it a strong character. The fact that I have really good damage output and pretty good resilience as well. Slimy Glaive, not something that I can use. Ouch. I walk, but the thing about this is that I didn't really have much to do. Didn't really have much option other than walking forward because the alligator snapping turtle has a reaching attack, so I have to walk to be next to it. I don't have lesser beckoning after all. Minus cast. Oof, it's pretty good too, but minus cast is unusable. Is it really? I think maybe the time has come to abandon casting. Like, I've been waiting so long for Toxic Radiance, and the game just said no, not Toxic Radiance for me today. The investment on magic is negligible, and I like this is a pretty good amulet. I put that on, and I take off the fire scales, and I put on like I go back to some of my armor. I have a lot of armor. I have a lot of armor. A lot of high quality armor. +9 plate with poison resistance, 3 strength, 3 intelligence. I have pearl scales. I will eventually have gold scales. I'm not so sure that I want to have gold scales, by the way, because I feel like gold scales would absolutely nuke my evasion, and I feel like in this version having good evasion is good. So I'm not so sure, but the amulet is definitely relevant. Minus cast is not as much of a deal breaker as I thought it was going to be. So we're done with Shoals, Spider. We're done with Bolts 4. I have not done Elf. I guess that's my next destination to keep revealing artifacts. Poisonous vapors and ignite poison is gonna be a really good thing to have here. Yeah, the elves have very low amounts of HP, so they just get absolutely dumpstered by what I'm doing. They don't really stand a chance. Even the high level elves do not pose that much of a threat due to my very good resistances. They're not insanely out of this world, but they're like coupled with everything else that the character has, they are well they're more than enough. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They're more than enough for what I need. Got marked. Probably not an issue. Yeah, probably not an issue. We shall see how it goes. But important to not move if you're in the vicinity of enemies that may be even slightly threatening. Because if you move, you're gonna give them a ton of returns as a Cheibriados worshipper, and then bad things happen, and then you die. And then you think to yourself that Cheibriados is overrated by 9 Settler, but I think that Cheibriados is pretty good. I don't think I'm overrating Cheibriados. In fact, in the God tier list, I'm probably gonna rank Cheibriados pretty highly, with the caveat that it is definitely 100% not a God for beginners. But if you can get the juice out of Cheibriados, Cheibriados is potentially like one of the strongest in the game. Like the stats, it's just like the that's the impact of having 15 in every stat. Because like really, what else have I been doing with Cheibriados? A couple of slouches here and there. Heavy usage of Step from Time in that ice cave with the Ice Fiend. But that's pretty much it. And I wouldn't have had to use Step from Time or Slouch if I hadn't been a worshipper of Cheibriados in the first place. So yeah, the abilities of Cheibriados are there to compensate for the downsides of Cheibriados, not to be an incentive to worship Cheibriados in the first place. The incentive are the stats, and in my opinion, that's it. But that's more than enough to be worth the God slot, because it makes you really strong. Wow. Why are you berserk? Did you drink like a potion and went berserk? Oh no, it was standing on a cloud of chaos. Okay, so it fell victim to one of the basic blunders of being a spellcaster. If you're a spellcaster and you don't have melee, you probably should try your best to avoid being berserked, because if you get berserked, bad things happen to you. It's a shame that monsters don't respawn to learn from their mistakes. I feel like there's like a philosophical thing there, correlating monsters with like our own mortality, but whatever. Okay, that guy finally died. It had a shield, so monsters with shields are one of the most despicable things that exists in the game. They are very difficult to kill. The existence of the shield makes any melee or thing that checks shields wildly inconsistent against them. I don't think there's a lot of people that like shields in monsters. because like the game is already a pretty random game, right? Does it really need to be even more random with the introduction of shields on monsters? Personally, I don't think so. Yeah, I went for the Tin of Tremor Stones there because I just saw too many dudes and I wanted to get rid of them quickly. I guess increasing my armor class is gonna take longer than increasing my evasion. Yeah, my evasion is already at 31. I think at some point I had 29. So very clearly the evasion is just going up higher, faster. Once I go up to 30 armor class, I think I'll turn it off. Oh, this is the ending of Elf. Elf 3 and the bolts. Let me exclude that. So far, so good. Zero complications at all. And I have no reason to believe that the rest of the bolt is gonna be anything different. Since, after all, the high-level elves are still elves, and so they die to poisonous vapors. Like, take a look at this High Priest. It's literally at full HP. Literally at full HP. I don't know how it is at full HP, since he's been getting hit by poison, but full HP to death. Like it was nothing. Been getting unlucky with these rolls for Ignite Poison. Maybe it wouldn't be such a terrible idea to train just a little bit of spellcasting. On the other hand, I am considering putting on a minus cast item, so if I do that, I would not be equipping anything that, or I wouldn't be like training anything that betters my spellcasting or enhances it. Improves, I guess, is the better word to use. Man, like, did you see that? That Master Archer was like shooting at me. And usually characters that get shot at by a Master Archer take damage. Like, it's almost unavoidable for that kind of for like all characters to take damage when a Master Archer is shooting at them. This character, like, it was a normal archer. It was incredible. We found the Sword of Power, but it's way too late. I would have loved to use this. But like we already spent a skill on maces, and most importantly, we spent skill on shields. So we're not using that. I'm just like gonna carry it in my inventory. Also, I got to 30 armor class, so I just disabled training for armor. I will maybe turn it on if I will maybe turn it on again if I do end up switching my current armor for plate or something else, gold scales or crystal plate, which I have access to. I have such rare armor, very, very rare kinds of armor. We have good plate artifact, which is pretty rare. We have gold. Well, we don't have gold scales, but we'll have that eventually. That's not that rare. Pro scales are pretty rare, however, and we also have crystal plate, which is also pretty rare. Personally, I think that crystal plate could generate later in the game. Like, it should probably be a part of the kit of endgame extended monsters, such as the demon spawn. I think that demon spawn should generate with crystal plate. They already generate with like high level weapons, demon weapons, double swords, that kind of thing. So why not give them good armor as well? It is unlikely that players will switch to the good armor regardless. That ring of resistance to poison or resistance to corrosion is actually pretty good. Oh, I got hit by a crystal spear by this annihilator. That's cute. Due to my fantastic defenses and just a little bit of RNG luck, it only hit me for 59 instead of blowing me up. But yeah, I want that artifact. We can drop this Ring of Poison Resistance. We can drop the Ring of Slaying. We needed one, but not anymore. We can drop the Ring of Wizardry. Yeah, we're most likely going to be switching to that amulet. The Brooch of Shielding, another item that I could switch to. It gives me, oh, the Amulet of the Air I don't care about, but I do care about the Brooch of Shielding. I've been finding some interesting items, interesting artifacts. 4 wins, then the Brooch of Shielding, and now the Amulet of the Air. What's next? Macabre Finger Necklace? Wouldn't be bad. But I don't have great rings this time around. I have like okay rings. Like I'm not complaining. The rings that I have serve the purpose of the character. I don't need anything better than what I have, but I would like to have something better than what I have. Needing something and wanting something are two different things. I'm already over 3 hours. Well, getting pretty close to the 3-hour mark, so we're absolutely not gonna be able to get that. But I still could get 6 runes before entering Depth's banner. That could happen. So 30, 32, 28 defenses. Those are some insane defenses for a character. Let me take a screenshot of these. Like that's actually amazing. I like it when I have good characters in the tournament, because I can put them on YouTube. Last tournament, I put so many characters on YouTube. It was like a character per day pretty much during the last tournament. Let's get rid of this Annihilator. Pass. Manual of Unarmed Combat. I don't particularly care about a Manual of Unarmed Combat, I have to say. Irradiate. Well, it finally came to me. Okay, I just realized that, like, if I had found these items that I'm finding right now on like the dungeon as a whole, the character would have been wildly different. I found the Sword of Power, I found the Brooch of Shielding, I found like a minus cast item. I also found Dragon Form, Manual of Unarmed Combat, Irradiate, like and I could have done either of those things. At that early point in the game, my character was kind of like a blank slate, and I could just do whatever I wanted with the character. We found Noxious Bog, but I think the ship has set sail on that. This is not great. I want to leave it on the floor. That shield, or that helmet of Divine Intervention? What was it called? Helmet of Divine Intervention, yeah. I think I would rather be the Void of Divine Intervention this time. So we're done with Elf. We're done with the Lure Branches, except for Slime. I think we want to go to Bolts 5, actually. That might be the next step. And then I just go into Pandemonium. Do I think my character is going to do well in Pandemonium? I would have to be able to deal with some of the higher level Panlords, or like the fixed ones. Like at least 2 of Glork's Block, Lomlobon, Serebov, and Menoleg. Probably Menoleg is the easiest one to kill. But also like the level is full of Malmutators, so that's rough. Serebov, lots of damage output. Glork's Block, even more damage output than Serebov. And Lomlobon is probably the hardest due to the constant mobility and healing. Not to mention the damage output is also not negligible. So I would like to not do Lomlobon. I think Lomlobon is the most scary one for this character. And I would need to get 3 runes from there. Maybe 2. So it would be the demonic one and one other one from one of the Panlords. Being a Cheibriados worshipper means that I cannot like ninja it, so I have to just go for it. I have to kill them if I want to take the rune, because like I cannot run past them, cannot really even haste. I'm super slow, so yeah. If I try to run past them, I would get killed in like three movement actions. Crypt. I guess I can do Crypt. Hold on. Before doing Crypt, I have an item that gives me resistance to negative. I remember that. It's 4 wins? No, 4 wins only gives me 1 pip of resistance to negative. I guess it was the quick blade, but like I'm not using that. The quick blade is not really a weapon for me to use, especially a bamp quick blade in the place where I cannot bamp anything. It's like pointless. Okay, what if I take off the fire scales? What do they provide me with? Fire resistance, weakness to cold. Probably won't have to worry about fire damage when I'm in there. Resistance to corrosion, same goes for that. Regen is definitely a nice property to have. I like having regen, but I think it would be okay to replace it for a bit of resistance to negative. On the other hand, the 2 pips of willpower, I am not compensating for them in any way whatsoever. Should I do that with no resistance to negative? I should get rid of the Ring of Intelligence. I should really drop that onto the floor and replace it for something else. Yeah, okay, I know what I'm gonna be replacing it with. Gonna be replacing it with a Ring of Resistance to Negative. I could also replace the Brooch of Shielding with the Amulet of 4 Winds for the willpower, resistance to negative, 2 pips of resistance to negative. That's worth thinking about. I'm probably gonna do it. But I need to find the ring. Let's go pick up a ring first. Oh, I cannot carry it. Oh, I have to take them off, and it will drain me quite a bit. You know what? It's fine. I'll take the hit to my HP for a bit. 37 damage. It's gonna be okay. Why am I even carrying this Amulet of Reflection? Okay. 32, 13, 19, 34, 27, 35. 4 pips of willpower, so I don't have to worry about getting hexed with Amulet of the 4 Winds equipped. And that's gonna be a little bit of experience that we're gonna be able to get for hopefully free or very cheap. I think that my resistances right now are pretty good for the place that I'm going to. So let's just go do that. After that, I will do Vault 5 and maybe even Tomb 1, just to like get as much experience as possible. But yeah, like I'm not afraid of these 2 Revenants. I'm also not afraid of bodies at all. I think that I can just like deal with bodies just by tabbing. Ouch. Okay, I'm low on HP, so I am going to use Silence. I have 2 of them. Silence is worth it on bodies. There's very few monsters that deserve Silence more than bodies. Jody would be one, but Jody doesn't get trivialized by the usage of Silence. Do not be overconfident with that. I'm a bit surprised that I did manage to get 3 pips of resistance to negative without destroying my defenses or resistances. So yeah, this is just like perfect loadout for doing this place, since the bulk of the damage here is gonna be resistance to negative affected. So yeah. Clouds of Fire, that's very convenient. Those ones are the ones that I wanted to see. Vampire Mage gets instantly deleted. I'm glad that I don't have to fear the Vampire Knights. Vampire Knights are really nasty if you don't have willpower. The way that I juggled my inventory was absolutely correct. I think I covered all bases, but we shall see if by the end of this I don't realize that I forgot something for this place and I end up dying as a result. Mm, the more that this character goes on, the more likely it is that I will be doing like 6 runes before depths. In fact, like I am pathing my way through the late game precisely, trying to make that into a reality since I do want to. I do want to have that banner out of the way. Usually that's like a banner that can be difficult to get since you need to have the specific bolt that I got, or the Abyssler could also help in that regard, like getting 6 runes before entering depths. Mm, but you still need to get another rune. Um, you can get 4 from the dungeon. Well, you can really get 5 before entering depths. Um, it's like the 3 that you would usually get, and then it's either bolts or slime. That's the 4th one. Um, and the 5th one is Tomb, but like Tomb is usually not one that people get when they are trying to get the runes for the dungeon. Like usually that's the one that people leave for last. When they do 15 runes, right? Because this place is kind of nasty, or like that place is kind of nasty too. Also, I got a North Guardian skeleton. I think that's the first time that I've seen a North Guardian skeleton ever. Josephina. She's gonna Serac fall me, and that's gonna hurt. Yep, that's gonna hurt. Mm, mm, I think that I may want to use. Yeah, I may want to use a Slouch here. Slouch is great because it will deal significant damage to a couple of the dudes that Josephina has. By extension, reducing the amount of Serac falls that I will be hit by. Yep, greatly reducing it. Alright, bring it on, Josephina. Moderately damaged. I like how Josephina always has a rendered Ring of Ice, but I wish it was better. This time it's like one of the best that I've seen, Josephina's Ring of Ice, but it's not that great either. I guess at the end of the day it is still a Ring of Ice, so there's like not a lot of room for greatness in there. Tapping slowly because Josephina can just like get fancy with ridiculous large amounts of cold damage. Even through my resistances, it could deal a lot of damage, and I don't want to be in that in the receiving end of that. I'm gonna drop the potion of Cirque because I don't think I'm gonna use it. I don't think there's a lot of, or rather, no, Cheibriados permits that now. I think that's a change in this version. It used to be that Cheibriados didn't particularly like it when you went berserk, but I don't think he cares anymore. He just doesn't make you fast. He just makes you hit harder and have more HP, which is okay, but I don't know. Like, hitting faster is like one of the most important reasons to go berserk, to kill things as fast as you can. Helmet of Sea Invisible. Not as good as my current helmet, which, in case you don't remember, it's a helmet of resistance to electricity and to strength. Pretty okay, alright helmet indeed. Okay, I'm just getting flayed. Wow, 151 flay. That's annoying. Fortunately, killing a single flayed ghost will give you back all your flay, no matter which one was the one that flayed you in the first place. So yeah, and they're not that difficult to kill, flayed ghosts. Oh wow, I auto-explored into killing something. That's crazy. I literally auto-explored into killing something. Like I stumbled upon an invisible monster that just like exploded because I am dealing that much damage. Damage rating 50. 50 on a one-handed weapon is pretty respectable. Lately, I've been used to higher damage weapons, you know, but but one-handed weapons still have a bit of a charm, especially if you can couple them with really, really good stats, which is what I'm doing right now. 32, 32, 20. I pretty much have the same stats that I did with my Fire Dragon skills. Mummies. Uštavtiu. That's a plural for Uštavi. Uštavti. Okay, alright. Pretty cool. Uštavtiu. I didn't realize how much of an annoyance those guys were to fight against, since I have a hard time sidestepping. Like, it's not something that I can really do. So those guys are nasty by extension. Let's see if we find a royal mummy here. Juggernaut skeleton. That could be spooky. Not as dangerous as a real deal, as a real juggernaut, but it's still kind of spooky. It can still get a hit in that deals a lot of damage. Helmet of Intelligence. Not as good as my Helmet of Resistance to Electricity. Man, this character is just like a juggernaut. It actually is just killing everything. +5 Greatsword of Distortion. Okay. If this guy sends me to the Abyss, I would just try to get the rune. But I kill it in 2 attacks. Man, this character is kind of suffering from success at this point. Yeah. That's insane. This is a great character. Having a big dexterity stat and a big stat that scales your weapon up in this version is good. So like dexterity can be the same thing, like it can be dexterity, of course, and it can also be the thing that scales your weapon up, and that's why I've been saying that swords dexterity is pretty good. But I think this version also like buffed Cheibriados indirectly, because Cheibriados allows you to have good dexterity and also good strength for usage of a strength weapon. Let's get rid of this because I just found something better. Yep. 3 intelligence, 2 slaying compared to the previous ring of positive energy that I was using. Not bad at all. I think after this we'll have to do bolts 5. But it's fine. It's not like I am particularly afraid of it. I feel like I am very, very powerful. As long as I juggle around my defenses, well, my resistances a little bit, we're gonna be able to do bolts 5 very easily. Look at how they're growing. 18.4 dodging shields, 19.7 fighting. About to hit 200 HP. Dreadlich and Tormentor. Could be scary. And Shadow Demon. Okay, don't summon anything else. Wow, double Torment. I have 3 pips of resistance to negative, however, so that doesn't really do that much to me. Normally, double Torment would put me at roughly 50 HP. Wow, that War Gargoyle got nasty. Unlucky that I was unable to kill the Lich fast enough. That's a ring. That solves every issue that my character ever had. I was just thinking how good it would be to find a ring that had 2 pips of fire resistance. This is that taken to an absurd extreme. This is just like a game-winning item. I am extremely happy that I found this, because that changes my character quite drastically. I can probably do this. And look at that. Look at those defenses and resistances. There's one thing that I would like to change. I would like to get a source of a poison resistance. That's like the one thing that I would like to change right now, because I can take off the helmet. Probably gonna be taking off the amulet of 4 winds. If I take off 4 winds, I kind of lose all my willpower, so I cannot really do that. I could also, like, the ring that I just got is so good. I have to use it, or rather, I really want to use it. Oh, but I was also thinking of using the Amulet of Amorality for the 3 pips of fire resistance and poison resistance. And then equipping something in some other slot that gives me 2 pips of willpower, since that's what I like to have. I think for right now, this looks just like excellent. I can afford to lose 4 armor class, since after all I have 28 armor class. That looks pretty good. Now I have 28, 34, 21, and incredible resistances. The only thing that I'm lacking is poison resistance once again, and we already saw how nasty Sot can be without poison resistance. So hopefully by the time I do that, I have a good source of poison resistance. I think that I may want to stick with the gold scale or the pearl scales that I have. Yeah, I think we can drop these. These are like they were like super good for the brief period of time that I used them, but fortunately the game provided me with an alternative to not have to be walking around with +1 fire scales, which once again, pretty good. No complaints about those fire scales. They were definitely a significant part of getting me this far, but yeah, they're kind of obsolete now. Enchant armor. I have 3 enchant armor total, so using pearl scales is really not looking like it's gonna be the option. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. The alternative is plate. I have plate that is very enchanted, poison resistance. But that's perfect. Why am I looking for fancier alternatives when I already have an item that I like? I was using that from the very beginning of the game. That +9 plate. Let's go back to it. I will drop this. I won't put that on. Pretty okay, but I won't put it on. I would drop the pearl scales, but I need to keep them around for the pearl scales streak. And yeah, this makes me very confident in my future endeavors in Pandemonium. I think that I have all that I need to be able to destroy Pandemonium. Look at that, 37, 31, 21. I feel like a juggernaut. My character is just super good now. Let's go do Bolts 5. I am already in Bolts 4. Let's find a hatch or a shaft. We never take the stairs upon entering Bolts 5. Some people think of this as craziness. Wow, that's so good. In case you don't know, there's a banner that you get for picking up the Silver Rune of Sot on upon like 810 turns of entering this place, Bolts 5. So I'm gonna get it in 2 turns. Oh, it was a mimic. Um, Unfortunate. Well, there will be more chances for that to happen in the tournament. I just have to continue hatching myself in. I can just kill everything here. It's really not a concerning position. Yeah. Fooled me. It really did fool me quite a bit. I did consider the brief possibility of it being a mimic, but I thought that the game was being very nice to me today, that it wouldn't do something as rude as just placing a mimic during the tournament too. Yeah, pretty nasty. Anyway, we're fighting a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff that is not particularly dangerous. I'm gonna read magic mapping just to know exactly where I am. I am in potentially one of the best positions that I could be in. This is really one of the best positions in the entirety of the level. I wonder what that is. I didn't see. It's a lich. It's an ancient lich. That's the only thing that it could be. Killed an ancient lich in turn 51,300. So yeah, it was an ancient lich. If I drop below 120 HP, I would re-teleport. But so far it's looking okay. I do not have regen, so that's why my HP is dropping so heavily. But yeah, having real defenses is great. And this version is pretty benevolent for some things that can acquire very balanced defenses, like what I'm currently playing. But it is not a version for things like trolls and ogres that get like HP and an armor class, and that's pretty much it. Temporal distortion to have them be close to me. Maybe I should use attraction. Immolation. Speed up the process of killing these guys. Okay, this guy is probably the most hurt out of all of them. It also would create explosions that would hit the most amount of people, so yep, pretty good. Wow. Okay, I find it slightly surprising that the game has been giving me so many trash artifacts in Bolts 5. Usually Bolts 5 is where people go to get good artifacts, but on this occasion I have been getting a bunch of garbage from Bolts 5. All of the artifacts that I have seen are like really, really underwhelming. Yeah, like look at this. This is a Ring of Fire with resistance to negative. This is a Ring of Fire with the invisible. This is a short bow and very weak short bow and a rather dagger. Like, yeah. It's not like I need any more like upgrades for my character, to be completely honest. I didn't come here for that. I came here to get the rune and to get a bit of experience. Though it would be nice if I could get some upgrades, not gonna lie. There's still the resistance to corrosion. I would like to have access to resistance to corrosion without having to juggle items, because juggling rings is one of the things that I like the least in this game. So if I could have that without having to juggle rings, that would be great. Dropping rather low on HP because I've been fighting for a while. During the fight, I got marked. So the fact that I got this far after getting marked is kind of a testament of this character's power. This is a real powerful character. No regen nor anything, and we're just destroying the game. This Morning Star of Mana is a pretty respectable item. Pretty good. Definitely the best item that I have seen here in Bolts 5. Wow, okay. This guy has some good stuff. +2 Chainmail of Vexation, 3 pips of Willpower, 5 Slaying, and the Ring of Fire Resistance, Cold Resistance, 6 Intelligence, and 3 Slay. It's like the game heard me talking trash on the items that this place has generated and decided to generate a super loaded Bolt Guard wearing all the blink. Do I care? Yeah, like this is a pretty good set of items. The chainmail is of course obsolete for this point in the game, but the ring is not so much obsolete. Do I want the ring? At the very least, I want to carry it. I want to add it to my inventory. I guess I could replace the ring of resistance to negative. I don't really need to have that much resistance to negative. And I would like to have 3 pips of fire resistance. It's also yet another item with 6 intelligence. Now I have 37, 36, 38 stats, which are not particularly relevant, at least not the intelligence, since like I'm only casting Ignite, Poison, and Poisonous Vapors. I could have trained for more spells, but the character just went down the route of being a melee character. while having Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison as a relatively cheap and very powerful ranged option. It's one of the things that I like the most in the game. Ignite Poison and Poisonous Vapors. By extension, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to be removed at some point in the near future. Though I do hope that doesn't happen. So we just got better boots than the ones that I was using. It's a very minor upgrade, buffing intelligence once again, even though I don't need them. Or even though I don't need intelligence. Let's drop the boots. Whatever. Let's pick up these boots. Didn't I drop the boots? No, I don't want to drop the ring. I want to drop the boots. Pick up these boots. Drink Attraction to pull all of these guys towards me. And then just like bunk them. And I like not having issues killing things. With some characters that I have played in the past, I have such a hard time killing things because my stats are bad. Cheibriados makes it so that you don't have that issue, and I think that with the increasingly ridiculous nature of Crawl, how like sometimes you can be at full HP and next turn you can lose half of your HP, things that add consistency to your damage are extremely good. So I would say that Cheibriados got greatly benefited in this version of the game. If you have never played a Cheibriados Worshipper, you should consider giving it a try because I think it's in a pretty good state. I hadn't tried Cheibriados in this version, but yeah, I'm having a blast. I don't think that the character is lacking in any department. Cheibriados is just like giving it all that it needs. Look at this. This looks absurd. This looks so strong. And once again, there's like a lot of room for improvement. I'm gonna re-teleport because I'm fighting a bunch of dudes and I lost half my HP early on. So I'd rather not be fighting all of those guys. This would be a good time for Fogu, but I don't have Fogu, so I'm just gonna read another teleport. I see shops. Bolt's 5 shops are nice because they generate more loot, and it gives you like an outlet for spending all that money that at this point in the game you normally wouldn't have. You normally wouldn't have an outlet for your money, so it's great. Abandoned shops. I hope that it's not 3 abandoned shops. If so, that would be extremely disappointing. It was 3 abandoned shops. Wow, that's crazy. 3 abandoned shops. I think it's the first time ever that such a thing happens to me. Whenever I see shop bolts in Bolts 5, they usually have shops. They're not abandoned. Wizardry, Poison Resistance, Willpower. That's a pretty good ring. Yep. Not particularly interested in the Wizardry, but pretty good ring nonetheless. I will leave it on the floor. I'm not gonna use it, but it would have been a pretty good ring had my character taken a different path. If oh, hold on, I am playing stable, so you can literally play the same seat. I was just about to say that that's like one advantage of playing stable, that I can get the seat. So I'm probably gonna like put this on YouTube, and I'm gonna put the seat on YouTube in case you wanna give it a try. You know, just to like try the different variants that this character could have. Experimented, I guess. Yeah, like there's definitely like the melee dude or the swords dude. Like now that you know that bolts or not bolts 5, now that you know that elf has the sword of power, maybe you do train for that scimitar and you try to do elf as soon as possible, and you get the sword of power, and you just like pump dexterity like crazy. There's definitely a lot of options for a character like this in this seat. So if you do end up doing that, let me know. Once again, out of curiosity. Not too familiar with the Sword of Power. What's great about it? Mighty sword which rewards the powerful with power and the meek with weakness. It occasionally discharges a powerful but inaccurate burst of energy upon striking a foe, with increased chance the greater the wielder's current health. This scales with your current HP, not with your maximum HP, but like with your HP percentage. So the more HP you have, the more likely it is to shoot its bolt. It is supposed to be a nod to the Legend of Zelda. You know how in Zelda, when you have full HP, Link's sword shoots like a little beam? It's kind of like that, except that this one doesn't shoot a beam. It instead shoots the beam randomly when you're attacking with it. Pretty cool item. Pretty cool item. In fact, so cool that I am carrying it just because it's that cool. And I would have liked to use it, but the ships unfortunately set sail on that item when I found it. You always remember the Zelda cartoon? Excuse me, princess. It's pretty funny. That's the only thing that I know about the Zelda cartoon. The excuse me, princess. I think that I'm gonna leave the level and wait for that Tsitsi to stop being there. Wait a while. Okay, hit the Dreadlich. Oh, went invisible. Alright, that was the correct thing to do. I was thinking about how I wanted to approach that situation because Titi Mime can get quite out of control. Any monster with Torment can easily get out of control if you disrespect it. Found a Grand Grimoire. Jeez. In case, like, next time someone tells you that shields are bad, like, shields are not bad. Give them, take a screenshot of this and show it to them. Yeah, like that's ridiculous. That was insane. Man, this character is like causing me such joy. I should go Cheibriados more often. I think Cheibriados might legit be one of the best gods in this version. You like when it unwielded the weapon and then hit you for no damage too. Like it's like, oh my Arbalest is not working. Let me hit it barehanded. Let's see if that works. Man, this character is something else. This is a beast of a character. We absolutely dominated Bolts 5. The very first fight that I got into was the kind of fight that would have made me immediately teleport. Like if I had landed in there with a character in some of the previous versions, I would have just immediately bailed. But on this version, no, this version is very welcoming to this kind of character. This kind of character is just really strong. Characters with good dexterity and good damage output. Truly the version of dexterity. Anyway, we're done with Bolts 4. We are done with Elf. We could go do Slime, but the thing about Slime is that I have to do it in Melee. Melee Slime is like pretty rough. I could not do it. That's another option. I could go into Pandemonium. I have 3 runes right now. I could go into Pandemonium, get 2 runes, and get the 6th rune from an exit through the horrors of the abyss. Do I want to do that instead of doing Slime? I think Slime is just like a much safer bet. Let's go do Slime. Do I have resistance to corrosion? I don't have it. I better equip it. We can probably lose this for a bit in favor of resistance to corrosion. Wow, okay. It went in and immediately got teleported. Imagine if you were like a brand new player that has never come to Slime and that's your first experience with Slime. And of course, since you're a brand new player who has never come to Slime, you're going to Slime at like experience level 15 or 16 or so. And such a thing happens to you, you would like almost invariably die. I don't like the fact that you can go into a ball or like into a branch. Like you can enter a branch and that kind of thing can happen. It feels pretty whack. Never liked it. Exploration traps as a whole are pretty whack. The more powerful your character is, the least impactful they are, however. This character is just like on a different level of power, so it can afford to do that kind of, or it can afford to survive that kind of thing like it's nothing. I don't know how I'm gonna get out, however. I kinda need to find the exit. Mm, ouch. I should stop walking. Walking is especially bad since, like, here walking can hurt you if you walk into a wall. Well, I'm pressing tab a bit too much. I can just, like, sit here and wait for these guys to come towards me. Mm, yep, like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Uh, I was thinking about like my defenses, and I was thinking, hey, I have a bunch of scrolls of enchant armor. Why not enchant things? And then I realized that I cannot enchant anything other than the kite shield. And do I particularly care about enchanting the kite shield? Not really. Even my cloak got upgraded into a +2 cloak, so like there's nothing that I can really enchant other than the kite shield. Probably going to do so. Enchant armor. Yeah, before I go into Pandemonium, I'm gonna enchant it. In fact, I probably should do it right now, but I cannot escape this because I got immediately teleported upon entering. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. Finding the exit is gonna be an endeavor. Mm. I do have to say that I think the character is more than capable of just like going to Sot and just kind of holding down tab until the orb of Sot is supported onto my feet and winning the game. But I definitely want to try to get that banner. Oh, Royal Jelly, hold on. I am at not full HP, and I do have 16 scrolls of teleport, so might as well. Um, Okay, I was working it quite a bit, but I would definitely prefer to regen a bit. In order to regen faster, I should probably drink ambrosia. I am healthy enough to go back and fight the royal jelly. I have 3 mites. Should I use one? No. Should I use Phantom Mirror? Yes. I have not really been using my experience of Okoballs, but this is definitely the occasion to use Phantom Mirror on the Royal Jelly. Cannot use a Slouch, unfortunately. I'll use it when my Royal Jelly is gone. It's gonna walk away, and like that's a big issue. If it walks away, I cannot really do much. Um, oh, it's getting pretty beat up. It's getting pretty beat up. I think that my royal jelly is eventually gonna die. Mm, yeah, it's gone now. Okay, we're gonna slouch until the royal jelly dies. Yeah, like it's definitely worth it to do that expenditure of piety because it's just the cleanest answer to the situation that I am currently presented with. My defenses and resistances are so insane that I've barely noticed this. I am pretty much surrounded by like super dangerous, damaging enemies, and like I am not unscathed, but I am like very lightly wounded at 150 HP. I don't wanna leave. I wanna stay here until I beat these guys. Let's try Condenser Bane. Let's see what we get. Fire. Fire is nice. It's what I was going for originally. Let's do Slouch again. Big damage. And I can probably finish off the rest of these guys by tabbing. No need to go for a third Slouch. Great. Actually beautiful. Fantastic. This character is something else. I feel like I'm gonna remember this character very fondly in the future. It is the kind of character that I have been needing for a while. Just like an overwhelmingly powerful character that has everything go right for it and doesn't have to struggle with resistances or damage or defenses or anything for pretty much the entirety of the game. I'll drink Attraction for the eye. I lost 2 armor or 2 strength. Oh, there was that bolt earlier on with the ugly things. I think that I should go back and kill them all to get the potions of mutation. Not gonna drink them, however. I would drink them after I am done with my foray into Pandemonium. Pretty good sword. I mean, it would have been incredible earlier on. but unfortunately we are long past the point where that kind of thing doesn't do anything anymore. After all, it is a longsword. Boots of 9 mana. I like the 9 mana. I'll pick them up and put them on. I value that more than 2 intelligence on this specific character. Of course, you are the one that knows best what your character needs. We found Cloak of Poison Resistance, which is something that I have been clamoring for quite a while. I'm gonna be sticking to my plate of poison resistance because I think it is extremely difficult for me to get enough enchant armor to fully enchant it. I only have 3. I would need another 7 scrolls of enchant armor. Do I think I'm gonna find them? Not really. So yeah. Oh, reflect rain, 3 intelligence, 4 dexterity, 5 shields. It's not great. Not a particularly good amulet of reflection. Definitely doesn't compare to the Brooch of Shielding. The Brooch of Shielding's 8 shield and Guardian Spirit is pretty nice. Doesn't have reflection. It would be nice if it did have reflection. But yeah, Guardian Spirit for this character is like plus 44 HP. I'm not even using the Brooch of Shielding. I'm using the Amulet of Four Winds. But like maybe in the future I find a Cloak of Willpower that allows me to replace Four Winds with the Brooch of Shielding. Not necessary. And I will also need to find like another source of Willpower, but just something to keep in mind for the future. Okay, now let's try to get out of here. Getting out of here is gonna be painful. Let's take a parting look at the items that generated here. I don't really see anything that I am interested in carrying around. Let's get out of here. I could do Tomb 1 if I want to be like slightly more prepared. It would certainly level me up to 25. But yeah, apart from that, I have to go into Pandemonium to progress, unless I want to go into Depths, which I don't. I'm so close to my goal. Let's go do. Well, let's try to get out to begin with. Go Slime 1. Okay, I need to get over there. There's no clear path to get over there. This is gonna be extremely painful. But I think I'm gonna have to go to walk through the acid walls, and let's see how much damage I take. Jeez. I was not expecting to take 35. I was like 4, 5 manageable. 35 not manageable. No, 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 no. What I'm going to be doing instead is reading teleport. Yeah, like that's a pretty good thing to see because it prevents me from continuing, or like it kind of makes me not want to continue is what I'm talking about. So it only took me 2 scrolls of teleport to get out of here. It is nice that that I had so many. Otherwise, we would have been in a rather uncomfortable position thanks to that teleport trap that I was like completely unable to play around. I am a bit astonished about the fact that like that kind of thing can happen. Even like in other parts of the game is like a bit more reasonable, but in Slime where what happened could happen, it is like maybe they shouldn't be there. Like maybe in Slime there shouldn't be teleport traps specifically. Maybe shaft traps as well. Shaft traps are also quite nasty. Oh, this is the Hell ending, so I can go to Hell as well. I can farm experience from the Vestibule of Hell if I really want to. I hadn't really thought about it, but this ending that we got is the Hell ending. It also has 1 good item, so let's see what item it has. Potion of Might. Okay, that's pretty funny. Plus 10 Falchion. Wow. By the time I did this, I was still running around with like a dagger or like a quick blade. I was running around with a quick blade that I acquired, so this would have been probably the replacement for that. This plus 10 Falchion of freezing. But unfortunately, it was impossible for me to do this. And yeah, this place has the entrance to the vestibule of hell. Am I going to be doing hell? Absolutely not. I will be doing Pandemonium. Pandemonium is significantly easier than hell. Um, I guess we have to go do that. Oh no, do the first level of Tomb. Or at least do enough of Tomb that I level up to experience level 25. And after that I will be going there. I do want my experience level 25 for the bit of extra HP. Mm, about to level up to 25. The normal mummies barely give any experience. I've been watching my percentage of experience, and it's not really been rising. Ushafti. I think that I've been pronouncing that wrong for a while. Ushafti. I only just realized that it's Ushafti. Mm, okay, I got to experience level 25 while fighting the Sphinx Band. The Sphinx Band is kinda nasty. Let's use a slouch to soften it up. I don't want to jump away. I think I'm just gonna walk. Walking is painful. I would rather not do it. But yeah, now that I am at experience level 25, I think that I can just leave. I want this Wand of Digging, however. Ooh, my greed might be my undoing. I'm gonna jump away. I don't want to fight two mummy priests at the same time. This would be a great time to have Fogu. Yeah, Fogu would serve a pretty good role right now that Butterflies doesn't, which is just like making them be close to me. But you know what also makes them close to me? Attraction. An attraction is an item that generates every time. So if you need Fogu for monsters to become close to you, just use attraction instead. But do be careful because using attraction obviously can have some rather unfortunate and undesired consequences, such as pulling something that can easily kill you, or that you would rather be far away from you. I am a bit surprised that I have not found a port. Mm, Okay, I should probably rest to full HP before moving forward. I'm not doing Tomb, by the way. Let me just reiterate that. Um, I'm not doing Tomb. I just came here to become experience level 25. And now that I'm experience level 25 and I have my 219 HP, I can just get out of here and go do something else. In this case, something else being Pandemonium. Yeah, we have run out of things to do. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. So let's go. Like, it's very difficult. I think it's almost impossible for my character, or for a character trying to do 6 runes before depths, to be as prepared as this one is. Look at that. And my damage is great. My defenses are great. My resistances are great. Pretty good HP too. Like, there's very little room for improvement, if any. So let's just go in. And I think that I feel powerful. I feel like I can do this. So yeah, I only need to get 2 runes, and then I will absolutely get out of here. Or alternatively, I need 1 rune and an exit through the horrors of the abyss, and then I pick up the rune through the abyss rune in the exit. Cheibriados extended is something that I have never done, and something that I'm not particularly interested in ever trying, to be completely honest. We found Toxic Radiance finally. It took going into Pandemonium to find Toxic Radiance and a scroll blinking. Alright. Plus 2 Greatsword of Holy Wrath. Would have been pretty funny if it had been an Evening Star instead of a Greatsword. Let's continue exploring. This level seems to have a lot of demonic crawlers. Angel? Ah, interesting. What's up with the level generation here? Oh, hold on. Panlord. First Panlord, Corrosive Bolt, SGD. SGD is bad. I think I have to pull it towards me. I could also just teleport away. That guy looks rather nasty with the SGD. It also has good defenses, so killing it wouldn't be as trivial as killing all of these other guys. The correct thing to do is probably to just leave this level. Oh, found an exit through the horrors of the abyss. Let's just grab the rune like that. You feel Cheibriados is slowing down the madness of this place. That's nice. Yeah, might as well take the chance and just get the Abyss rune while I can. So the sick status effect prevents you from healing while you have it on. In previous versions, it was easier to get rid of it. You just had to drink your ink. In the current version, you need to the current version you need to use cancellation to get rid of it. It's not a change that was enacted in this version. It's just that as of right now, it is something that happens in this version. Jeez, what is up with this? I think this is where all the good luck that I had for the rest of the run is like getting cashed in by the game. Like, did you see what happened there? I got the worst mutation in the game from a single potion of mutation. Like, that single potion of mutation gave me such bad mutations. Pretty surprising to me. Oh, let's go. The Abyssal Rune of Sot can be found at this depth. So once you get to the depth where the rune can generate in, the game very helpfully points it at you. I don't care about an exit through the abyss. I care about the rune. Nothing more and nothing less than the rune. I'm here for the rune. That's the angel that I killed, right? Yeah. So let's just wander around in Abyss 3 a bit, try to find the rune. I really like how the game is gonna be like super like neon signs levels of trying to grab your attention when the rune generates, and I mean literally neon signs. Feature Marshlight. Oh, you cannot search for Marshlight. Feature. Oh, come on. It's not gonna give it to me. Maybe it's because it's a reflavored fountain. Well, anyway, you're gonna notice when we see it. Should I go downstairs? Let's see. I don't think I want to go below Abyss 4, however. Rune Light. Oh, Rune Light. Thank you for letting me know. Feature. Rune Light. A Rune Light. An unearthly glittering light floating and twisting in midair, literally a neon sign. A rune of Sod is surely nearby, its power overspilling to cause this spectacular sign. This spectacular sight. Once again, a neon sign. Should just be renamed to neon sign. 3 runes of Sod right here. You just have to fight your way in. Another exit. Oh, you detect the Abyssal rune. Yeah, like I told you. Oh, I was walking in the opposite direction. I wonder if it's like a random chance every time you or every turn you spend in the abyss, or maybe it's like the more experience you gain in the abyss, the more likely it is for the game to let you know, hey, the rune is like in that direction. You might want to go and grab it. It's the kind of ball that you have to dig in. Pretty funny. Once again, and not for the first time in this character, I wish I had a port. A port would be a good thing to have. I wish I also didn't have -2 dexterity, but it's not that important. The abyss shimmers again as the detected abyss rune vanishes from your memory and reappears. But it's right there. It didn't go anywhere. You pick up the Abyssal Rune and feel its power. Now I have 5 out of 6. I only need to get 1 from Pandemonium. I find it pretty funny that I can get 15 runes. I literally can do a 15 rune run before entering depths. That's insane to me. First time ever that that I have that opportunity. It's pretty rare to happen. You need to get an entrance to Pandemonium and an entrance to Hell before entering depths, which you can only get from Heller and Panork, which I got the 2 of them. Do I have an exit? I do have an exit. Okay, let's get out of here. We got back to the mines, And I now need one more rune. Let me rest to full HP. That was close because it almost shifted me away from the rune. Oh, Glork's block. Should I just do it and try to fight Glork's block? It's probably not gonna go very well. Something makes me think that it's not gonna go very well. 26.9, so I don't get Conqueror title. I would like to not have Slayer title either, since they're both very common titles. But Slayer defines this character very well. This is definitely quite a bit of a Slayer. Ooh, boy. That's interesting. Menace in Pandemonium is a rare sight to see, but we have an exit, so I could just get into a fight with Blork's block and then grab the rune and then get out, and I don't have to mess around with the rest of Pandemonium. It's definitely quite appealing. I have Wand of Roots. I don't even remember like what kind of wands I get with this character, just because like I haven't really been using that. The character is just like in a really good position. But the Wand of Roots is really good for Menace because it reduces Menace's armor class quite a bit. I am not silenced. Okay, don't silence me, please. Bent time slows Menace, right? Menace seems to slow down. Pretty useful. Okay, Menace silenced me, but we should be able to kill Menace now. You kill Menace. As Menace dies, the sound returns. What was Menace's tower shield? +2. Do I care? I'm leaning towards maybe, actually. Yes, I want to carry that. Ah, come on. Cannot carry that many items. That sucks. I wish that I wish there was a solution for this. Like I cannot really think of anything that is elegant enough to be implemented in Crawl. I guess I can drop the potions of brilliance. Like I'm not really a spellcaster. Or rather, vulnerability is an easy drop. Yeah, I'm not really doing anything hex related. So yeah, all right. Let's continue. By the way, I got Toxic Radiance during my foray into Pandemonium. Like very quickly into Pandemonium, I got the Toxic Radiance spell, so I will be able to use it for a brief part of the end game. This level doesn't have extremely nasty monsters. There's no fiends, there's no like malmutators in this level. The nastiest thing is like, I suppose, executioners if you have issues with them. I thought that I was carrying an item with See Invisible. I guess not. Alright. I would like to have See Invisible right now. This place has a lot of shadow rates which can slow you and are invisible. It also has a lot of Ciproca, so this is probably like one of the few parts of the game where you can get confused on what invisible monster is hitting you. Even if you have like a very good like grasp on what things can generate where, just because this place has two different kinds of invisible monsters. I'm glad that this is like the only place in the game where such a thing can happen. Okay. If there is a situation where I would use Might, this would be the one. I want to break line of sight, but it's not gonna work. This would be a good time to have Fogu once again, but I don't have access to such a thing. Glork's block does not have fire resistance, so I could use a Scroll of Poison and Ignite Poison. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Unfortunate. I'm glad that I didn't move, because that could have been a triple torment. Yeah, unfortunate. Not much to do about that. I'm not fighting Glork's block with 70 HP. I'm not fighting Glork's block with 40 HP. I'm teleporting. Oh, I dropped. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I just realized I just realized. Oh, hold on. Let me. Someone just posted a pretty good hand crossbow, but I can beat that with my current hand crossbow. Let me post a screenshot of that in the Roguelikes Discord. Mm. Okay, that is done. All right, so the place that the teleport landed me on is actually pretty good. Because I can just jump away or blink away and grab the rune and just like run for my life. Because it's a matter of getting lucky. I don't need the Glorx block to do that multiple times. This is awkward, very very awkward. Where's the rune? If I step here, like, is the rune there? I don't remember, so I can use magic mapping to make sure. Okay, yeah. The rune is here, I think. Yeah, I think the rune is right here. So it's gonna take advantage of the layout and step here. This only lets me see one enemy, so I am safer here. I don't have the looming threat of the torment from the Curse School. And against all odds, I managed to ninja that. Now I have 6 runes. All that's left is to go do SOT and win the game and get that banner of getting 6 runes before entering depths. Nice. In a single game, get 6 runes and win the game. Glorksblock is not gonna like that I left without killing him. That I ninja'd the rune. He really is not gonna be very happy about that in the orb run. There's a possibility that Glorksblock generates in the run. That's what happens for Panlords if you don't kill them. They also chase you through other realms of Pandemonium, but I think that we should be fine. I have so many scrolls of teleport, and I don't have that much blinking, but it's fine. Anyway, let's go do depths. And by do depths, I mean that I'm probably gonna dive depths because I don't really need to do it for like experience or loot or anything. I'm just like obscenely powerful already. I can just go do SOT 5 straight up and win the game like that. And that is exactly what I am going to do. Oh, bolt or like shop bolt. I want to check that out. I'm always up for checking some shops. Especially with the amount of money that I have. 4,500 gold, almost 4,600, definitely can be spent in anything that could be relevant to my character. So far, there's very little things that are relevant to my character. A bit surprising. Almost. Nope. Nothing that I am interested in. Incredible. That's an entrance to Pandemonium. That is... I have no idea what that is. Maybe a abyss or something. And then the third one, that is not the... Oh yeah, the third one is this one. Okay. I don't care about any of that. Let's go downstairs. Where's the downstairs? It's through this bolt. It's probably not very difficult. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, like my character is dealing so much damage. It's like really a good character. I cannot stress it enough. It's just like beast of a character. The perfect character for doing what I did, even if I ended up leaving without killing Glor's block. The double torment was like dirty. Most characters need to disengage immediately if they get double tormented. You don't want to know what the funny part is? I didn't even like take a movement action or anything to justify Glork's block taking doing a double torment, but it still happened anyway. Sometimes it is like that. Minus regen. Oh, this guy's giving me nasty bad mutations. I'm gonna have to heal them. Which reminds me, there was a bolt earlier. Which level had it? What's the key for? No, that's not it. This is it. I think it's on D10. Go D10. Okay, yeah, this is the bolt that I didn't do earlier. Now I can do it super easily, and it has some potions of mutation that I can just go ahead and pick up. Wow, it has Necosex now. That's nasty. Like, this bolt has been getting constantly buffed. Yeah, whatever. Just give me bad mutations. I'm gonna heal them anyway. So whatever. Are we done? Wow, okay. I got very little potions of mutation out of doing this. I still have minus regen, which I am not a fan of, so I'm gonna drink it. Shoutitis is fine. Plus 4 dexterity is okay. It's not the greatest thing ever, but I like having 42 dexterity, 38 evasion. Let's read enchant armor on the shield. I just remembered. Uh, Okay, so I have the option of enchanting and putting on the tower shield at the cost of cold resistance. I think I have 3 pips of cold resistance, so it is not a significant loss for my character. Um, I think I'm gonna do it. And alongside that, I'm also only gonna be training shields from now on until I get 27 shields. A 27 shields title is okay. I don't have any issues with that title. Just out of curiosity, let's put this on. 39, 37, 32. Jeez. It's actually insane how high quality these defenses are. These are some incredible defenses. It's probably one of the best characters that I've had in like a year. It really is just like a juggernaut. Just gonna enchant the tower shield. Um, 39, 37, 35. And if I really wanted to, I could put on the Brooch of Shielding, obviously at the cost of my willpower, so I'm not going to do that. And then I have 39, 37, 43, and 44 extra HP. Let's go back to 4 winds, of course. And let's go back to depths. Yeah, it was a pretty close call on Glork's book. It was brutal. The double torment was nasty, very very nasty. I'm gonna hold on to some of my scrolls of magic mapping. I don't think I have that many. I only have 3, so I'm gonna need some for Sot. I guess I can just like explore depths for a bit. Get some of that experience, try to get to experience level 27. Not that it particularly matters, of course, since my character is already incredibly strong. Immolation, Tin of Tremorstones, that's gonna kill a bunch of stuff. Immolation, Tin of Tremorstones is a beautiful thing to have. What happened there? Oh, my damage was reflected back at me. That's how I lost 49 HP here. Unfortunate. I would have rather not lost that much HP, considering how there's a leech right here that is perfectly capable of just completely ignoring the fact that my defenses are incredible and hit me for 87 damage. Because defenses don't mean anything in Crawl, because Crawl is a game that very heavily leans on randomness. Randomness is fun to the developers. Also, this was a huge mistake on my end because I didn't clear the previous level, so those stairs were not safe. If I get killed here, it's partially my fault, but it's also, I got hit for 89 damage, 87, yeah. 87 damage, can you believe it? 87 damage from a Crystal Spear with 39, 37, 35 defenses. What were the chances of it hitting me? It was probably like very, very low, and even lower for it to hit me and actually deal decent damage. But it still happened because that's just how Crawl is. But it's for that kind of situation that you have like resources to prevent yourself from dying if you get destroyed by randomness, which tends to happen. Just hope that you don't get destroyed by randomness enough times that you run out of consumables and then you die. Because if such a thing happens, well, not much to do. Yeah, I don't really feel like walking. I'm just gonna let it come to me. And this was the Ancient Lich that hit me with the 87 damage Crystal Spear. Now it hits me for a 50 damage Crystal Spear, and then it dies. There we go. 50 damage is much more, reasonable and respectable. I can actually manage that. Unfortunate. Pretty unfortunate. But we managed to survive, so whatever. It's just that now I have one less scroll blinking for Sot. Immolation, Tin of Tremor Stones, and everything blows up. Including that guy that didn't even get hit by Tin of Tremor Stones in the first place. It's really powerful. I think it would be very, very funny if there was a spell that just did Immolation. Like a fire magic spell that just did what the Scroll of Immolation does. Would be great. Oh, by the way, in order to get the banner, I think I need to win the game. So if I die here, that would be extremely underwhelming. Also, it would be disappointing. Very, very disappointing. And it would most likely be due to a series of errors on my part. I don't think any one error would be enough to kill this character just because the character is that strong already. So yeah, let's try to avoid that kind of thing. I'm going to get my shields to 27, and 27 shields, tower shield, doesn't have any kind of penalty. That's why I am going to go for it. Shield also scales solely with dexterity, so yeah, we're gonna have a ton of shield stat. We already have a ton of shield stat. It pretty much was doubled when I decided to switch to the tower shield. Tin of Tremor Stones is going to be a nice addition to my character's kit when it comes to killing things. What is this? Wujian's Condemnation. Not bad. Plus 11 quick plays. Let me pick that up. That's one of the rarest things that you can see in the game. An over-enchanted quick play. I think it may legit be the first one that I've ever seen. We finally found the downstairs. I wish they were closer to those upstairs. Especially since I don't want to fully clear the level. I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna full HP, so whatever. I'm gonna check this. Seems pretty good to me. Where's the exit? It's pretty close. Let me just clear a path towards the exit. I am doing this because I am not particularly interested in doing the rest of these. I just wanna go ahead and win the game already. I know that I don't really lose anything out of not exploring the rest of these. So, I'm already powerful enough to win the game, so I just want to go ahead and win the game. That's what I'm trying to say. Nothing there interests me, I think. Nope. There was a brief period of time where I was considering Discord, but I ended up not doing it. I think it would have been a rather nice thing to have. Let me buy this. Book of Cantrips. That has a port. I want that. Okay, book. Volume 2 is the one that's great. Noxious Bog and Zombie Hands are both incredible mid-game spells. Yeah, I would say that Volume 2 is a pretty busted book. I'm not gonna be taking those downstairs. I'm gonna be going over here. These ones are much better. They lead me towards... Oh, no. It's the other way around. In order to go downstairs, I take these. But in order to go to from the second level to... Or from the third level to the second level, I take these. I don't take the upstairs. And in order to go from the second level to the first level, I take the other stairs. All right, let's go down these ones. Yeah, it was a good thing to check that because it's gonna speed up the orb run quite a bit. Oh, look at that. Ring of Shadows. I'm gonna pick it up. Not gonna put it on because it really doesn't compete with my other rings. Maybe if I had Macabre Finger Necklace and more willpower, because the main reason why I'm using 4 wins is to have exorbitant amounts of willpower. It is so much willpower that I don't really have to fear getting destroyed by randomness, which is a pretty nice and welcome thing. Hmm. Character feels sturdy. I've been praising this character like crazy for pretty much the entirety of this run. I am very, very satisfied with this character. I think Cheibriados is probably one of the better gods to go for in this version. It is that good. Oh, it's descending. Descending is worth doing in its entirety because this one gives real loot. There's gonna be a bunch of rooms with a bunch of bolt guards and a bunch of extremely dangerous monsters, but pretty good loot as a reward. So always worth doing, in my opinion. Yeah, let me give you a dump for this character. There you go. Um, it's a beast of a character. Also, I did mention that since I am playing a stable, I can get you a seat so you can play this character because there were many different routes for this character to go towards in terms of skilling and in terms of loot that it ended up using or not using. Like I'm carrying a hand crossbow of speed that I cannot use because of Cheibriados, sword of power. I just found this plus 11 quick blade, pearl scales, Brucho shielding, ring of shadows. Like I have amazing loot for many different kinds of like character types. So yeah. Um, you could reasonably replay this seed like 3 or 4 times, going for like entirely different builds, and end up with something incredibly busted every time. It's a pretty good seed for that. So I'm glad that I am playing stable and I'll be able to get the seed when I am done with this character. Mm. I'm sure people on YouTube are gonna enjoy that. Do remember to use it on 0.29. So if you're not playing 0.29 and you try to use the seed, you're not gonna get the same stuff. It needs to be the version that the tournament is running on, which is 0.29. Let's make sure of the version actually. Version information. It needs to be this one. If it's not this one, exact one, 0.29, 0.7, whatever. If it's not that one, you're not gonna get the same results. So make sure to check that. But yeah, this is just like something else. I did the banner that requires or that mandates me to get 6 runes before entering depths. Um, I should not do that. Are you immune to fire? You're only resistant. For a Stoneborn who lives deep under the living earth, I would expect BB to be immune to fire, but she's not, so might as well take advantage of it. Yeah, she's gonna take a little bit of a scratch. Let me reposition by jumping. I don't wanna move in that situation. Looked scary enough. Or like I was scared enough to not want to move. Moving with Cheibriados is like a big commitment kind of action that you probably shouldn't do unless you're absolutely sure it is the correct thing to do. Also interesting that BB is not immune to electricity. Um, did you know that for a brief period of time after BB released, it was impossible to LRD her? I raised it up and it got fixed. Okay, does she kill me from? Nah, there's no way. Like I may be a bit overconfident because I'm a bit below 50% HP, but like with these defenses and these resistances, if she kills me from this HP, I would be rightfully justified to be very annoyed at the game. At least it feels like that to me. Once again, crawl variants doing crawl variants things. So it's a good thing that the teleport landed me in that like resting zone. It's pretty useful teleport. Now I'm ready for round 2 versus BB. I guess I'll use Quicksilver. We got the unfortunate combination of Quicksilver and Roots, which you cannot use the two of them. Like if you use Roots and then you use Quicksilver, you will dispel the roots, so the monster will no longer be constricted, which is pretty whack. This is a pretty decent ring. I mean, I have so many decent rings. It is truly astonishing. I guess one more for the collection. I was thinking that like the helmet that I have right now can be replaced for a helmet of See Invisible. I should go back to Crypt 3 to pick up that helmet of See Invisible because I don't need the strength. I mean, the strength is nice, but it's not that important. And I also don't need the resistance to electricity, so I can just get rid of the helmet for a bit of extra armor class. Yeah, I can just like hold down tab versus BB and beat her. This is an insane character, truly insane character. What do we drop, however? Invisibility? Brilliance can definitely go away. I'm not really using my mana that much. Yeah, I don't have regen. I would like to have regen, but like in most fights, I'm not really taking that much damage just because the character is insanely strong. Luckily, one of the top 3 mobs in the normal 3-rune game in Melee. Tiamat is more powerful. And I'm only saying that Tiamat is more powerful because Tiamat has a weapon and usually has like a bunch of Draconians and also can be Berserked. Berserk Tiamat is the most dangerous melee monster in the game, most likely. What other monster is really nasty? Juggernauts. Juggernauts are also a monster that can easily blow you up. Resistances or no resistances. I would say that Juggernauts are number 3, number 2 is BB, and number 1 is Tiamat. That's how I would rank it. Yeah, that's how I'd rank it personally. I was just thinking of other monsters that could share the top 3 spots that you mentioned. Man, this is a character. This is one busted character with a bunch of busted loot. I'm a big fan. Big fan of this character. Also a big fan of this. Like going into this screen and seeing a bunch of like good resistances here ready to be as perfect as you can get them with the usage of a potion of resistance, and then seeing a bunch of white text on the side of your weapon of your character's inventory is like priceless. I'm glad that I decided to go for the Evening Star because that's like one of the very few moments during which I was not entirely pleased with the character. When I was stuck with the Quick Blade, I am glad that I decided to like abandon the dexterity only like leveling up and that kind of thing, and I went for the weapon. Fortunately, Cheibriados made it so that like that kind of thing was possible. Of course, if you're watching this and you want to go ahead and like play a run like this, you don't really have to worry about like making decisions based on things that you don't know will or will not be given to you by the game because you already know all that the seed has, so you can just like plan around it, which is fantastic. You also know that you probably shouldn't go into that ice cave. When I went into the ice cave, like it cost me so many resources. that I like heavily regretted going in there. I said that if it was a Rift Wizard level, if it had been a Rift Wizard level, I wouldn't have gone in. So if I had been given full knowledge of the level, I wouldn't have gone in. So yeah, you could also go into the Desolation of Salt and tell me what I missed, but I don't think I missed too much. Something makes me think that I didn't really miss a lot from not going into the Desolation of Salt. 40, 38, 38. It blows my mind. They're such good stats. 5 pips of willpower. Oh, because I got to experience level 27. Yeah. Alright, let's go do SOT. I only cleared Depths 4 because Depths 4 has some pretty fancy loot. Maybe I should get rid of these as well, since it seems that whenever I try to auto-travel, I always stumble upon that. Let's try... Well, let's level up these now. Oh, let me try to get only armor, actually. Let's see if I can get a 46 armor class before the time to end the character comes. And the time to end the character is like right around the corner too, so who knows if it will happen. 6 armor class off of training armor skill alone is quite an endeavor, especially if you cannot really enchant anything else. Okay. I don't even want to kill all of these monsters, I just want to get out. I already went up to 41, so hopefully will give me more experience to get to 46. At the very least 42, and then I could put on a Ring of Strength, or a Ring of Armor class to get to 46. That would be nice for diesel stats. Okay, Gossamer Rune, Abyssal Rune, Barnacled Rune. Didn't insert Glork's Block Rune, Glork's Blocks Rune, which, I don't know. I feel like the game should just insert the fanciest runes that you have gotten instead of 3 random ones. In this case, I know that they didn't get inserted in the order that I got them. They were just 3 random ones. Okay. As I mentioned, I don't care about doing SOT 1, 2, 3, or 4. Only SOT 5. Only SOT 5. Fortunately, the stairs are right here. So let's go over here. Oh, Orb of Fire. Do I have issues with an Orb of Fire? I have 6 might. For quite a while in this game, I didn't have a lot of potions of might, but now I do, so I can afford to use one against this Orb of Fire. I want to kill all 3 of these guys for like ASAP for different reasons, which is pretty funny. The Purple Draconian because it can get rid of the might, the Orb of Fire because it can legit just like malmutate me and kill me. It can cripple me before the final fight, which is not decidable, and the Draconian because it's invisible. Why am I unable to see this Draconian? Am I not wearing helmet of... Oh, helmet of intelligence is what I'm wearing. I misread. I thought that I had... Yeah, I did have a helmet of See Invisible. Let me go back and pick it up. I don't care about the helmet of intelligence. Not at all. Alright, now I can see invisible, which will be a nice thing to have for SOT, because there's a fair amount of Draconians that go invisible. The Knights go invisible. And only the Knights go invisible, actually, but there's a fair amount of Draconian Knights. Once again, I auto-travel and I stumble upon dudes here in this vault. It's a shame that I had to go through this vault right here. I might as well just clear it all at this point, if I haven't already done that. Which, yeah, it seems that I did... Oh, Ring of Protection. Better pick one of those up to get myself diesel stats if I cannot get 46. With that kill, I went from 41 to 42 armor class. So yeah, that just like fulfills my goal. I think I'm gonna drop the Ring of Shadows. It is okay, but it is not gonna get me diesel stats. Oh, nice. Very generous stair generation. I can just go downstairs right now, which I will do. Just want to get up here and pick that up. Didn't I learn a port? I bought the book to learn a port. Yeah, okay. Anything else that I might want to get? Blink. But I don't have that. Oh, there is a book of Blink in Depths 1. Well, I guess let's go back and pick that up. Also, apparently there was a book of Blink. Probably gonna get that real quick. There was a scroll blinking in the floor in Depths 2. Let me pick that up as well. Glad that I noticed. You never know when having or not having a scroll blinking will be the difference between life and death. I have 8. I am astonished. Where did all of those come from? Okay, let's actually do SOT for real this time. It's like the 4th time that I go into SOT. Yeah, best consumable in the game. Oh, let's go over there. Teleport trap. Uncomfortable, but I have magic mapping precisely for this kind of situation. I would like to take those downstairs. Those downstairs look pretty good to me. Please no draconian bands. Not that I would have issues killing them. It's just that they can get quite annoying. Yeah, I got thunderclouds. Thunderclouds are lame. Thunderclouds really shouldn't exist in the game. They're so weak compared to other clouds. I feel like monsters can stay there forever, and the thunderclouds will not do anything. Magic mapping. Okay, final level of the game, SOT 5. Oh, by the way, what's my blink looking like? 2%, 92% power, of course, since my intelligence is so high. Imagine if I had actually gone for like an intelligence spellcaster build. There were some, like, I guess I would have to take a look at these. Would have to go to the start of the game. I'm sure that there were like some really strong books in that D9 bookshop that I didn't really like. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. I think the way to do it is search for D9, and then it's gonna give me every item in here. View. Yeah. Okay. Let's inspect these. Oh, Clyde. Yeah. D9 Clyde. So as easy as that. If you like Clyde, there's D9 Clyde. For very cheap too. 384 gold. I don't like going for level 9 spells so quickly because they take a lot of experience, but there's also like Freezing Cloud, Fulminant Prism. There's definitely like good stepping stone spells. Irradiates, Starburst, Mystic Blast. I guess Dispel Undead is nice. Yeah, there were some pretty okay spells there. If you wanna play a spellcaster, yeah, you can definitely do that in this seat. Oh, hold on, let me exclude these so that I don't take them on my way back up. 6 translocations, back to armor we go. Also, this sword trap is pretty bad. Very annoying sword trap. Plus 2 boots. The trap generation is rough on this one. I guess this side is not as bad as the other one. So traps like these are awful, but the worst part about this is precisely this. And in fact, it is so bad that I should probably dig a hole to blink past it and then jump. Um, on my way out, if something is chasing me, I would absolutely blink in such a way that it breaks line of sight of these to prevent the small possibility of getting destroyed by a monster just like stepping on it, paralyzing me, and then just like me dying. Wow, nice +9 chainmail to get at the end of the game. Pretty good. Do I have? I do have resistance to poison from something else, so I could put this on for an increase to evasion. 3843 compared to 4238 or so. Yeah, okay, so I do get better stats from using the chainmail. The chainmail also gives me regen, so it's like just a straight up a better item to use. I'm actually gonna switch to it. Um, but I'll carry the +9 plate because I will definitely switch to it towards the end. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Having regen is nice. Transparent helmet. Uskayo's approval. I guess Uskayo liked what I did this time. That's a million dudes. I don't wanna be fighting a million dudes at the same time. Let's blink away. Let's step here. Break line of sight of the sod trap. Very important thing to do. Might. Attraction. Invisibility. Attraction. If I had haste, this would be the perfect time to haste, but I don't have that. So let's just kill things real quick because I hit like a truck and I have might. Damage rating 54 plus freezing. Pretty good. The invisibility is probably apporting a bit. Oh, you flicker back into view. Did I get hit by Quicksilver or something? It doesn't say anything about me getting hit by Quicksilver. I guess it just wore off real quick. It does tend to not last for very long. Whatever. Not like it's really necessary. My character is just powerful enough that I can kinda just hold down tab. Wow, look at this orb of fire. It's just getting spanked left and right by the Evening Star. Pretty good. You destroy the Dread Lich. I like to rest the full HP before proceeding. So before the orb run, I think that I would switch my armor. There's benefit in having regen for the orb run, so that's what's making me hesitate. Oh, this is the time to cast Blink. Draconian Shifter grabs monsters that were over there and blinks them over here. Very fair and balanced monster. Man, Draconian Shifters are ridiculous. Like, I don't think that monsters should have such a high ceiling of power. Same goes for Guardian Serpents for exactly the same reasons. Man, I deal so much damage. This is a great character. Attraction. Oh, maybe I should drink Resistance. Maybe Resistance is the kind of consumable that I want for exactly this situation. Wow. Imagine if I didn't put on the Sea Invisible gear. Yeah, 4 Black Draconian Knights. I did tell you that there were a lot of Draconians that could go invisible earlier. Monsters really like to step on sod traps. This sod trap was super nasty. Mark. Do I want to get rid of the mark? Do I want to get rid of the mark? I think I do. Okay, let's try this. Wreath teleports. Step on the teleport trap. Wreath teleport again. The teleport was in case that I got absolutely destroyed by a bad teleport, but there was no need for the second teleport. So I can just sit here and wait for things to come to me with the mark. Mm, 2 orbs of fire. Resistance. Might. Three orbs of fire. This would be a good time to have some haste. Unfortunately, there's no haste. I think I had clarity and I lost clarity. Does it matter? Not really. Clarity is not a useful property. Another orb of fire. All right. Not looking very good. I don't have Wand of Acid, which would be great for orbs of fire. I guess I have Quicksilver, which can deal more damage, but I like the reduction of armor class that it inflicts on orbs of fire. Okay. I've been fighting, or rather, I fought a lot of orbs of fire. I was about to sidestep, but or like to step away, but then the orb of fire fortunately walked forward. I guess I'm gonna be drinking a couple of potions of mutation. I have 8 after all. Frail, Jikes. Oh wow, I have +8 strength. That's really good, right? Like that's overall +7 strength, +2 dexterity, minus what? Oh no, I have 4 dexterity, 4 intelligence, and 8 strength, and then I have -2 of strength, um, -3 of intelligence, and -3 of dexterity. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a pretty good mutation loadout, apart from the frail. I have so much stats. It's like I already had a ton of stats because Cheibriados, right? But now I have even more stats. I guess I'll say well, I like that then. Yeah, frail is not as much of an issue with 0 HP species such as Barachi. If I was, oh, I got teleportitis. Teleportitis is gonna be something that I'll have to remove, unfortunately. Don't do that. I have 3. I'm gonna drink 3, and then you're gonna be unable to kill me. Then I'm gonna wait it out. I was about to go upstairs. I did exclude these, right? I think I did, and then I removed the exclusion. That makes sense. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, those are upstairs. My bad, my bad. I was excited by those stairs in SOT 4 for a second. Potion of haste. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done with this character, in case it wasn't obvious. I'm not interested in doing extended, I'm only interested in getting 6 runes before doing depths. Though I think this character is very, very powerful. And if I had gone for the spellcasting route instead of going for what I did, I could have very easily gone and become like a ridiculously powerful spellcaster. But I decided against it, and I also ended up as a pretty powerful character. Oh, I am in the opposite side. Nasty. Should I blink away from this? I think I should. Let's do that. Pretty good. Got placed in a much safer spot. Helps that I had already cleared this. Yeah. I saw the Berserker and the Lich, and I was like, you know what, I kind of don't want to deal with that. And since I have the option not to deal with it, well, might as well take it. Hey, look at that. It's that thing right there. It's that thing. I find it pretty funny that this generated in SOT 5 because it's like amazingly good for my character. For a while, I had a redundancy in poison resistance from the plate, but I was still using the plate because +9 plate was pretty much the most highly enchanted armor that I had access to. But now I can afford not to have it, which is great. Did I get cold resistance at some point? I did. Okay, that's why I have 3 pips of cold resistance right here. Mm. When I started this character, I wasn't expecting it to become this powerful. I thought it was gonna be a rather good character. I was slightly worried actually about the fact that I hadn't really been doing that well at the start of the tournament. I thought that maybe yesterday's win was a bit of a fluke and it was gonna be back to the grind again today. But this was a very pleasant surprise of a character. I don't think I'm gonna die in the Orb run, not even if Glork's block spawns. Um, I have the extra battle port mutation. Yeah. Um, Teleportitis is like this now. You cannot get random teleportitis. Teleportitis was eventually reworked into always placing you next to monsters. Mm. So anyway, let's pick this up. And let's go over here. Cheibriados tells them not to hurry. Mm. Well, these guys decided to completely ignore what Cheibriados told them. So they just get the Evening Star, which apparently is the opposite of a Morning Star, in case you didn't know. Ouch. It's for times like these that we have scrolls of teleports. Yeah, I can rest here until something nasty generates, at which point I would leave or get teleported away. That would also be a thing that could happen. Something makes me think that the game didn't take the routing that I wanted it to. Oh, yeah, like I need to go down there. Larger tank of dyed blood. Dyed blood. In case you're a vampire and you're watching your figure. Dyed blood. Game can be pretty funny at times with its dyed blood. I'm still surprised by how good the defenses on this character are. But yeah, like every time that you play a Swords Dexterity character, like the defenses in those characters are always good. Always good defenses. Pretty good mixture of strength and or like armor class and evasion. Always, every time, without a fail, which is just like wonderful. No Glork's block, no Panlords. I did get a Hell Sentinel. Didn't even bother fighting it. We are out. Before I get out, let's put down the plate. 45, 38, 37 with the plate. Came pretty close to having it be it. 14, 9, 38, 37. So with the ring, I achieved diesel stats. We are done. That was somewhat exhausting. Somewhat exhausting. So anyway, let's go ahead and win it. Twitch.tv/9th Settler. There we go. Pretty good character. Incredible. I think pretty good is an understatement. It was an incredible character. Probably one of the best characters that I have played in a while. Yeah, this kind of character makes me happy. I should play this kind of character more frequently. Cheibriados was probably one of the most powerful contributions to this character. Great god, great character. Fantastic. Ooh. Anyway, I did spend a lot of time walking around, so that's why the 68,000 turn count. I could have probably shaven that off quite a bit if I just like carried all the things that I was gonna use instead of running around, going back to SOT and then realizing that I was missing something and then going back to somewhere else, etc. etc. Pretty great character. I like the title, Barachi and Barricade. Barachi and Barricade for my Barachi Brigand, the champion of Cheibriados.